Alright. Where are you, KSP? You're supposed to be on. There you are. Okay. It is not lined up properly. There we go. Fixed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chris, the Space-Time Sorcerer. And we are returning to the world of Kerbal Space Program. Let's see. Conquer Kerbal. Sounds about right. Alright. Alright, KSP. It's time to get rolling. This is a reasonably hard sci-fi, though there is some soft elements to it. The soft aspect of Kerbal Space Program is that it is actually something of a toy solar system. Let me see if I can bring up the map. I think I have to go to the tracking station if I don't have a mission running, though. So, my long-term goal with respect to this game is to conquer the Kerbal System. And my definition of conquer here is land a craft on every landable body and recover it. Preferably a little Kerbal guy who will plant a flag and then be able to go home. So that is my long-term goal. The goal for this stream, however, is much more straightforward. The goal for this stream is we will land on this body here, titled Minmus. Let's see, will it give me a visual of Minmus if I... Can I get a... Alright, there we go. This is Minmus, the Minty moon. Last week, we landed on the Mun, which is how the Kerbals refer to their moon. So last week we landed here. Yeah, I think we... oh, that's related to a... This marker is related to a contract we haven't accepted yet. We may or may not accept the contract to do that. Get extra money doing it. So yes. It's actually sometimes considered easier to go to Minmus first, but I went for the Mun because it's the Mun. Of course you're going to go to the Mun. But Minmus is smaller than the Mun, so it has lower gravity and you expend less fuel to engage in your landing maneuvers and less fuel to lift off of Minmus to go home. Whereas the Mun, it requires more fuel to land safely and more fuel to lift off again and go home. I went ahead and found a useful image to illustrate this, but it's a little bit arcane. It's a little bit arcane looking, and I'm not sure how well it looks on the stream, but this particular image has a listing for all of the Delta V required to go practically anywhere in the Kerbal System. So, a little something that I use to try to help plan. Also, I was looking into things and discovered I need to upgrade the R&D. Alright, we upgrade this with normal science. Alright, we need landing stuff so we can build a ship with proper landing gear. There we go. Now we can build proper landing gear and I don't have to play games with... The last time we did this, I had to build this weird little cone structure on the bottom of the ship in order to give it a good landing, and then I had to nestle the engine practically inside that cone so that the engine wouldn't be poking out at the bottom. It was, not terribly sure how to feel about the way I did that. These propulsion systems look like they're for smaller craft. I don't know if I'll need those quite yet. Ah. Okay, is this for adding more people to the ship? This might be useful. I'll research that. Advanced construction. Protective rocket nose cone. Yes. That might be useful. Additional flight control material. What do I really need, though? I think what I really need is electrics. Yes, this is probably a good idea. So what do we got here? Space exploration? Oh, I see. This is... Okay. This is some additional material for passively generating science. Now, I'm playing in career mode, so early career mode, you're limited by your money and you're limited by your science points. Eventually, you unlock everything on this chart. In fact, you can probably get pretty close to unlocking everything in this chart without even getting significantly far out of the local Kerbal system, by which I mean Kerbal, the Mun, and Minmus. But you still have to deal with money. So there is a way to convert science points to money, which is a little bit inefficient. There's also a way to convert money into science points, if you want to go that direction, but let's see. What about this propulsion system? Is this bigger stuff or no? It looks like this is the route of... okay, 160, cannot reach research technologies over 100 science at this level. Okay, so that's telling me I need to upgrade the research facility if I want to get any more stuff done. Aerodynamics, space exploration, miniaturization. I need the miniaturization because I need some form of docking port soon. So the Clampotron docking port Junior is probably the first one I can gain access to. Where are the other ones? Do I have a... is there a search? Is there a search function here? Ah, here it is. Docking. Okay, that highlighted everything with a docking device. Or that claims it has docking anyway. None of these really look like they have anything to do with docking here. What about this? Still no. How about this? Still no. Huh. Here we go, here we go. The larger Clampotron docking port is up here under specialized construction, so... yeah, the smaller docking port is the first one I can gain access to. Ooh, wait, if I want to use that, I need RCS thrusters. Do I have access to RCS? Here we go. RV-1X variable thruster block. I need this, which means I need to unlock this. Bam and bam. Okay. If I want to make use of the... Alright. If I want to make use of the docking port... Now, in order to dock, you basically have to have both docking ports pointed at each other, which can be a little bit of a pain if you don't have RCS thrusters. Okay, many points do I have? Only 30? Alright, I don't think I can afford anything else right now, so leaving facility. And while I'm at it, I probably have enough money to do this. Though it's gonna kill off a lot of my funds. Alright, I have upgraded the research facility. With the research facility upgraded, we should be able to do additional science experiments, therefore generating more science points. Now, I need to go to mission control. Bring Moonstone back with you! Ah, interesting. Bring a Moonstone on the Mun back to Kerbal. Find a Moonstone. In space, no one can hear you chat. Well, I can read your chat at least, so there is that. Find a Moonstone, have a Kerbal pick it up and return it to Kerbal. We suspect you can find one of these in the Northeast Basin, East Crater, or Highland Craters biomes. That is an interesting idea. I don't know if... Explore Kerbal. Alright, we need to test our rendezvous capability. Park 2 vessels next to each other around Kerbin. Ah, that sounds fairly straightforward. I might even be able to do that with the same vessel type that I used to send to the moon. Plant flag on the moon. Ah. More guys just want us to take people to the moon. Science data from space around the moon. Alright. A lot of this looks pretty easy. Easy money. Except, what is this going to do? Oh, it doesn't care where I am when I do it? Okay. That's a little bit helpful, if it doesn't care where I am when I do it. And now we're reaching the point where it's starting to want us to send space tourists up, so that's getting interesting. But, the main quest, so to speak, in Kerbal Space Program is the ones that are provided by this, World Firsts Record-Keeping Society. So whenever I see this symbol here, that's gonna be the real main quest, so to speak. Although it does have an annoying tendency to not pop up if you need to... do something that you've already done, it just skips it, which is kind of annoying, since it's like, you don't get the points for doing stuff if they didn't tell you, you need to go do this! Or at least you don't get the money for doing it. Okay, rendezvous 2 vessels in orbit of Kerbin. I could probably do that. It'd probably be pretty easy. At least I'm pretty sure I can do that. Science data from space around the moon. Alright. Ferry VIP to her destination. What is... Wants to see the sights of the moon. Fly by the moon, orbit around the moon. Okay, that's easy. I kinda want to do that while also doing the science data from space around the moon one. That would be pretty straightforward. Anyway, for right now, I'm going to try the one for getting some rendezvous going on. We can probably do that pretty easily with the same vehicle type that I used to get to the moon. So, where is my... Did I call it a UML? UML-1, autosaved ship. I think I did call it a UML, didn't I? Load. Yes, this is the one. Though, truth be told, I should probably not use this for other dumb reasons. It is unstable. Very unstable. It is a pain to get this into orbit. I only designed it this way because it looked like I needed to design it this way. If I wanted to get to the moon in a reasonable time without the science I needed to get the correct kind of landing gear. So I should really probably redesign this. But at the same time, might be fun to see if I can launch this and get a rendezvous going, except... Well, we don't necessarily need to, we don't necessarily need to have a... Actually, I got a new idea. Pop that off. What is this? What is this? Is this the heat? No, that's the separator. Okay. Pop that back on. Pop this off. Give me a heat shield. I want a real heat shield now. Is this a... Nope, that's too small. Is this the right one? Okay, there we go. And pop that on. Okay. Remove this. Yeah, we're going to remove that entirely. We will have a parachute. However, we will need to apply a parachute in a slightly different way from before. So where is my stuff? Where is... was it under utility? Here it is. Drogue chute. We're not going to use a drogue chute this time. That's unnecessary. Okay. We will have 2 parachutes, not because we need 2 parachutes, but because if it's not a nose chute, it's going to be imbalanced if we don't put 2 on. And now the true reason why I removed the nose chute. We are going... docking port. Okay. Alright. I think that'll work. This is kind of crazy that I'm even considering using the exact same format here, but whatever. Whatever, it'll work. Probably going to be a waste of rocket fuel, but whatever. It'll work. We are going to title this one the... I'll call it the UML-1D for docking. Okay. And save. Now, Jeb is the only one who's going to be on board this one. We are simply going to achieve an orbit of Kerbin, save game, and then launch another one. And then we are going to see if we can rendezvous. Hopefully we get a lot of science while we're at it. Okay. Here goes. Launch. This is the part where I regret my life as the entire thing comes tumbling down and explodes. Alright, it is already bouncing funny. I'm going to launch before it has a chance to give me any problems. Come on, let's go up. We're already drifting in the wrong direction. Oh boy. We are already drifting in the wrong direction. I am probably wasting so much rocket fuel doing it this way. For all I know, I might be able to make this work by removing the bottom section, since that'll take away so much weight. But whatever. Whatever. We still got this. I'm gonna start... Whoop, whoop, whoop. This is the part where things get a little bit crazy. Just a little bit crazy. Not super crazy, but a little bit crazy. I do not like this part. I do not like this part at all. You're not going the way I want you to go. And do not. Do not. Oh boy. Oh boy. One of these days I'm going to find out exactly how to fix the stability issue. It'll probably be just eliminate those ridiculous cones and the stability issue fixes itself. How are we doing map-wise? Apoapsis, definitely not high enough. Okay. This launch vehicle is utterly ridiculous. This is a stupid launch vehicle, and I only built it this way because I was trying to save time. This is the definition of corner cutting. Come on, we need to be going due east, not this due whatever direction that is. We need to be more due east than this. How's our apoaps looking? Our apoaps is getting higher, but it's not where I want it to be yet. Alright, we're about to run out of fuel on this... Okay. Alright. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Stabilize, please. Why are you doing this? Alright. Off. Off. Until we can re-stabilize, I am not going to be overly concerned. Oh, point at prograde if you can, Jeb. I know you have the power to do so. You know what? I'm going to engage the engines on the theory that you have an easier time getting us back on course. Okay, this is bad. Back to stability assist instead. We need to be going up. Up, up, up. Oh, for F's sake. Jeb, I know it's a hard ship to control, but I need that apoapsis to be above 70,000, or we are screwed. Alright, when I launch the next vehicle, I think I'm going to redesign... I'm going to do a complete and total redesign of this. We are not launching the second vehicle for the rendezvous. It is not going to be this vehicle. We're going to have a different launch system entirely for the second one. Are we good on apoaps? Kind of, sort of, not really. Oh boy, come on, come on. The only good part about this is we have plenty of fuel to burn. Wait, we're already starting to descend? Why are we starting to descend? We need to be going up, up, up. We need an up here. We don't need to be descending, we need to be going up. Alright. This is getting crazy. It's also a little dark because we launched at night, so I apologize if the screen is a little on the dark side. Maybe I should increase ambient lighting. Our apoapse is starting to go up, up, up now, so we might be able to make this work. Might being the keyword here. Come on. Come on, Jeb, I know you can do it. I know we can do it. Believe. Believe! Almost to the 20,000 apoapses. But we need to get to 70,000 plus, or it's all for naught. Okay, what? Really? You're going to lose control of the ship over something like that? Direct me... Alright, Jeb, give me your best piloting skills to the... Oh, good grief, Jeb. Why are we like this? Why are we like this? Why, Jeb? Why? This is bad. This is very bad. This is so bad I'm probably gonna have to abort. How did I get this sucker into orbit in the first place to take it to the moon? That was insane. Right now I can't seem to get it to... okay, we're gonna try this. It is resisting my efforts to get it to go up. It is stalwartly resisting my efforts to get it to go up. It is ridiculous how that is working out. The apoapsis is declining steadily. It's terrible. If I have to make this go directly up, I will do it. Come on, we can make this happen. We can make it work. Come on, come on. I need that retrograde direction to be pointing in the opposite direction. Come on, come on. We can do this. We can do this. Come on, Jeb. We are still losing our apoapse. Why are we still descending? Oh, I know why we're descending. Abort! Okay. We're still descending because that is the final stage engine. It is not powerful enough to deal with atmospherics. So we are aborting. Abort. Abort. Conduct materials, set and study. We actually got a little science out of this, because why not? Observe the mystery goo. Sure. Give me a crew report. Sure. Alright, that'll have to do. Hey Jeb, have you ever tried EVAing when the ship is doing this thing? I wonder if you can. EVA. Oh. Give me a EVA report. Feels most precarious. Okay, get back on board. I'm just getting my science any way I can. Any way I can. Alright. We're gonna warp at 4x speed so that we can splash down a little faster. Double the parachutes is a little bit excessive. I got half a mind to cut one of them. Close the doors. Well, we got a tiny bit of science from this, but this was an abject failure. I do not understand how that happened. Why? Why, Kerbal Space Program? Oh well, Jeb survived. We will redesign the launch system entirely, so we no longer have those cones. Recover vessel. Yes, I'm going to take that as a hit. I'll take that hit. I got a tiny amount of science for my trouble. A 27.1 science earned. Nice. Do I have enough to buy anything? 60 science total? No, I don't. Okay. Backing out. Alright. Alright. Yes, Caleb. For science! Now, the main problem, in my opinion, is somewhere in between my use of these particular tails and the fact that these dang cones are just not... They are not aerodynamic in the least. So I'm going to... You know what? I'm just going to remove the entire ensemble here. We will keep this. We will keep this. This top part is fine. This top part is fine. What I need to do is get a couple different stages going, which, for the way this should work, I should start with fuel tanks. What type of fuel should I do? Wrong size. I need the right scale. Wrong size. What about this? Right size. Okay. That might be good enough. That might be good enough. Yep, it has a coupler on it. Good. Okay. Engines. What do I got for engines? Terrier. Terrier's decent. Terrier is decent for what I need it for. Poodle. Terrier. Yep. Okay. I think the Terrier is my best bet for right now. Or the final stage engine. Okay. Coupling. Give me the old TD12 and more fuel. Fuel tanks. Okay, what do we got here? More fuel tanks of the same type, perhaps. I actually could get away with a cone shape if I make it work a particular way. But it has to work a particular way. This is the way. Alright. Actually, it might make more sense for me to have an intermediate engine. Alright. What is this? Interesting. More reasonable engine for rough economic times. Okay. Okie dokie. Final stage and landing engines. Okay. Alright. May as well. No, that's not gonna work. Wrong size. Let's get the big one. Big one on the bottom there. Alright. And now I need another coupling. I need the big coupling. Big coupling. There we go. This might be overkill. How much delta V have I got here? Okay, it's on the side here. Bottom level is 1961. This is where I bring up the handy-dandy image here. Alright. And this is the part where I observe irony, because, let's see. I observe a certain level of irony as I observe this image because on my screen it's too small. Oh my. Well, that's okay, I'll bring up the image. Okay, what am I looking at here? I am seeing that I need about 3,400 minimum if I want to get a proper orbit of Kerbal all by itself. So we're just going for orbit here, because we're doing a rendezvous system, but because of that I probably want something closer to 5,000 total delta V. That's these tiny numbers here. This is 1961 meters per second, this one says 494 meters per second, and I need to make this image go away. Okay. 1961 meters per second, 494 meters per second on the top one, so I need to change some of this. We haven't put on the... okay. We haven't put on the bottom engine yet. Okay. Haven't put on the bottom engine yet, so we'll put on a few more fuel tanks. It is the fine print, yeah. What about this fuel tank? Nope, that's tiny. What about this? Ah, that's a big one. Okay, I like the big ones. There's a certain complexity limit in the game. What about this? Do I put another skipper or a poodle or what? How is this on mass? Smaller engine. So I could theoretically put the... How's the Bobcat looking? Is the Bobcat? Nope, that wrong size. Okay, maybe I can... This looks like a skipper. What if I put a poodle here? No, wait. I'm thinking about it again. I'm not sure the poodle's the right call for this. Well, maybe it is. Let's take a quick glance at these steps. Nah, the more I look at it, the more I think the poodle is for a final stage when it's a larger craft at the final stage. So we'll just keep going with the skippers. Skipper... Okay, what do we got totals? We haven't added the low last stage yet. 2819, 1961. It's all about the math, and I want something that's hovering around 5,000, so that I know darn well. 5,000 plus, so I know with absolute confidence this thing can make orbit, and then engage in the maneuvering. Because we're going to be doing rendezvous maneuvers. 1961 plus 4, 94. Oh yeah, this has plenty of Delta V. This thing might even be able to get to the Mun by itself. Alright. Now that I have gone through all of this absolute nonsense, let's rename it. Okay, this one is going to be called the OPO, the Overpowered Orbiter. 1A. Why not? Save. Alright, Jeb, let's take this one into orbit, see how it flies. Launch. This is probably overkill. Probably overkill. But it'll... Oh, I didn't add any maneuvering assists. This is the part where I, whoop. You get to see an explosion. Yay, explosions! We love explosions in this game! Alright. Revert to vehicle assembly. I gotta do something about that. You and your dang knockovers. Where's structure? Structural, where is the structural tab? There we go. Bonk. Okay. How do I make this thing attach? Sure, we'll attach here. Okay, so we detach and activate first. Okay. And I forgot to fix these up too. So, boop, and boop. Alright. And this is wrong and needs an additional. Boop. There we go. We's got the biggest bomb! Yeah, you're right about that. You are absolutely right. So yes, anyway. That's holding it above the ground a little bit. Hopefully that lets it work properly. I am hopeful. We're gonna save this again, and... Alright. Do I want some aerodynamics to make sure this sucker... Not the tail fin. The tail fin has done bad things to me in the past. Let's go with the winglet. Let's put 3 of them on. Why not? That might work. Save and launch. Let's cross our fingers. Orc boys. Alright, let's go. It is a Kerbal truism that you always want more boosters. Okay, what is going on here? Maybe I should have kept it closer to the ground because it's kind of shaking around there. Alright, you know what? I am going to revert flight to vehicle assembly because I don't like the way that is shaking around. So we are going back to structural, and we are going to put another one. Actually, no, we don't need to do that. We can just poke this and poke this. Come on, you got this? Okay, there we go. Alright, now we got 2 of them. Okay, with any luck, this will do the trick. Save again. Launch. Just cross our fingers and hope that this is adequate. Alright, here's how this is going to go. Throttle to full, SAS on, which basically just turns on the pilot is doing his best to control the ship himself, so I don't have to manually do as much. And launch. Oh no. It is too heavy for... Actually, you need your explosions. Resume. Wow! Wow! I thought I was good at this game. Revert to vehicle assembly. Bam. Alright. In the words of the Kerbal Masters, if at first you don't succeed, add more boosters. If at first you don't succeed, add more boosters. Alright. You think those will be enough? Maybe. It's probably unwise to put them like that. Let me see. Couplings. Side couplings. Attach. Give me some aerodynamics. Where's my aerodynamics? I guess I got the nose cones. That'll work. Okay. Alright. So, first we launch, we activate... Okay, there's something off about this. Why does the bottom... Something feels wrong with this picture. But you know what? You know what? We're gonna go for some more crazy nonsense. Because of course we are. Maybe this will help. Alright, alright. All of this is going to activate at the same time. Why does it only have why does this claim to only have 964 meters per second on it? Why does it claim that this is nothing but a, this is nothing but detaching these when they run out of fuel. So why does this one have 1964 meters per second on it? There is something awry with this system. Oh, and it's crabbing at me because I have too many parts. Got it. Okay. Okay, I see how it is. I see how it is. Too many parts, eh? Save. Is this going to let me launch anyway? No, it's not. Unable to launch. I need to upgrade the vehicle assembly building now, because I'm using too many parts. That's fine. That's fine. Will I have enough money to actually launch this thing after this? Not a clue. Probably. Kerbin money is weird. And this only costs 42,625 Kerbal bucks. So, we're about to launch. Cross our fingers. Will it work this time? Who knows? We're gonna throttle up and launch immediately after this sucker goes. Oh boy. Well, it's relatively stable. Relatively. SAS on. That's probably my fault. Need to turn SAS on first. Well, this is going better than the last one, at least. Alright, start tilting to the east. Not a lot, just a little. Alright, we are definitely getting places. Apoapsis is already above 10k, but oh boy, we're definitely going places. Oh boy. And we lose them, and they all explode behind us, because of course they do. It's Kerbal Space Program. Everything needs to explode. We are making... Okay, we are getting places now. The Apoaps is almost where we like it. Okay, almost, but not quite where we like it. Where are we going? We are... Whoa! What? Nope, nope. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We need a little... Alright, we're almost where we like it. Almost. Shut down. Now, here is one of the departures from reality. In the real world, you keep that rocket firing the entire way. In fact, not only do you keep that rocket firing the entire way, you are going to start reaching the downward part of your trajectory before you have finished circularizing your orbit. Because here's something a lot of people don't seem to realize. When you are shooting something into space, it just doesn't just go into orbit automatically. Nah, that sucker's on a ballistic trajectory. You have to make it orbit by going in a vertical direction. Now, give me a second. I need to... Alright, Jeb, we're going to want to go prograde, but it's not going to let us go prograde unless I nudge the rocket a little bit. Okay, that'll work. Okay, we may be able to make this work. We are now definitively in space. We are in space! This is space. We are definitively in space now. But I am probably going to want to prepare to circularize orbit, which means we gotta burn, baby! I was not expecting us to still be on the first stage, though. This is a little bit... This is unexpected. I didn't think we were still gonna be on first stage 1 here. Maybe we only need 2 stages, I don't know. Alright, what are we up to? We want to burn, baby! Burn! We need to circularize orbit, and we need to circularize orbit yesterday. Alright, maybe I don't need to use that much throttle. Down throttle a little bit. That's another departure from reality. A lot of the low stages do not have any throttle controls, or, so like, first stage, no throttle controls at all. Even if it is liquid fuel, no throttle controls. Alright, let's keep going. We are going to achieve orbit here. We are about to run out of fuel on the first stage, though, so then we'll finally be using the later stage. Okay. I guess I've allowed myself to nudge close enough to the apoaps. Give me circularization. It's about to run out of fuel. Stage 1's about to run out of fuel. We're going to be dropping that. Alright, stage 1 ran out of fuel, but oddly enough, we're actually circularizing faster now that we've dumped the heavy stage 1. Well, that's interesting. I don't want to kick the apoapsis up too high, but I also want to make sure that I actually have a right proper orbit going on. Once we have a right proper orbit, I'm going to save game, because it'll be time for me to go back to the launch pad and launch the next one. And I have learned a few things from this launch. Okay. In fact, this is definitely a setup that could get something to the Mun or to Minmus. So... I think we're close enough to our apoaps. It's time for me to burn some more. This is still a... Wait, what's this? Yep, still suborbital because that periapsis is inside the atmosphere, but, yeah, now that I have a periaps like that, I can afford to wait until I'm at apo. Alright. This is what we got going on right now. In fact, just for the heck of it, I'm going to go ahead and use some of the, observations. This does not produce a lot of science because we've already done a lot of this before. But hey, why not? Hey, Jeb, have you ever EVA'd like this in orbit before? EVA report? We're getting a little bit of, Okay, get back on board, Jeb. Give me a crew report. That also... Well, they normally generate science, but I guess it generates 0 now. We've basically gotten a fairly firm understanding of how orbits work. Alright, that'll be adequate. I am just sad that I did not set up a... proper lander. If I set up a proper lander, I could send this sucker to the Mun and then proceed to, go down. But this is just for... in fact, not only do I not have a proper lander, I basically have wasted a lot of rocket fuel here. However, that's okay. That is okay. Status report, we have orbit. We have achieved orbit. Okay. You know what? Now it's time for me to save game. Save. We're going to call this... Okay, come on. Weird file name. Jeb's new toy. Jebediah Kerman is practically a meme in the Kerbal Space program community. Captain, have no landing gear. That's alright, the last lander didn't have any landing gear either. It landed on like a bell shape. You're going to retract the message about landing gear? Alrighty, let's see. Why you gotta delete messages all the time? Anyway, let's see what we got going on here. Return to Space Center. Actually, maybe I should just go ahead and send this puppy to the moon for extra science, because why not? We can go to the moon, we can have more science! I mean, we're not going to get any landed science, but we can get some orbital science. Or maybe I can send it to Minmus, since that is our goal here. Our intent for this stream is to land on Minmus and return. This ship is not going to land. It is not equipped to land anywhere, except for the recovery back to Kerbin. But it might be able to go to Minmus. I think this ship can go to Minmus. In fact, I want to send this ship to Minmus, and then I want to do the rendezvous mission afterwards. So we're going to go ahead and do a flyby of Minmus, and then we are going to come back and do the rendezvous, since we have a ludicrous amount of power on this vessel. We can make it work. I think we can make it work. Alright, so that means I need to prepare myself for Minmus transfer operations. Where is Minmus? Minmus is behind me, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. If Minmus is behind me, then... I do not like this. Give me some time enhancement. We need to be in a position where... Okay, there's Minmus. Where is my ship? My ship is not where it needs to be to make this work. Okay. Now Minmus is disappearing on me, and wanly enough. I'm going to target Minmus. Set as target. That will keep Minmus visible, I think. Okay. Minmus is now staying visible. Oh, darn, that reminds me. I need... how annoying. I used to know how this works. I forgot something important about Minmus. Minmus is on an offset orbit. I can't just fly to Minmus, because I'll still miss it. Maybe if Minmus were bigger and had more gravity, I wouldn't miss it, but I'm gonna miss it. Alright. This is annoying. Do I have the needed tools to make this work? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Jeb, why is SAS not working? What is going on, Jeb? Is everything okay? EVA currently unavailable, internal view. What is going on, Jeb? Why is SAS not functional? Is something wrong? Give me a moment. Something is clearly wrong. I am going to... I don't know what... I'm going to wait a bit because something is... Alright, I'll just run the engines for... Wait, what? What is going on? Why is nothing... Has the game decided I'm not... What is going on here? Oh, it's because I'm still using Time Warp. I need to turn off Time Warp. Derp. Okay, SAS back on. Alright, that scared me for a second. Okay, here's the problem. I need to adjust my... Okay, do we have enough? Yeah, we're making it work. Okay. We are kind of, sort of making this work. I just need to find the correct... There it is. That is the symbol I'm looking for. You can see on the nav ball, there are certain symbols represented with little triangles. I am hoping this is the correct one. Alright, map, where are we at? And apparently I lost Minmus as my target, so I need to retarget Minmus. Set as target, okay. So, I need to be, if I remember correctly, at the ascending node, I need to, okay. Descending node, okay. When I reach the ascending node, I just have to use this one for a few moments until it is zeroed. So I'm gonna time warp to the ascending node, and then we are going to fix the orbit. Alright. It works. Excellent, we're at 0. So we have corrected our orbit with respect to Minmus. Good. Not only that, but I think we're in the right... Okay. Jeb, I want you to point the ship prograde. As Jeb's piloting level increases, he gains the ability to do more things automatically by himself, and I can stop babysitting him. Which is good, because when Jeb learns how to do something, he does it better than I can. Alright, how are we doing this? Okay. Normally I would do this in this view. However, it's hard to see Minmus. Compared to the Mun, it's much more difficult to perceive Minmus. Maybe I will see the pale green dot come over the horizon, but odds are I'm not going to see squat. So I gotta do this part in map mode, because map mode I can get the icon of wait, that's the Mun. Where's Minmus? Minmus, where'd you go? I was looking at the wrong thing. I feel dumb now. Okay. Alright, since I was looking at the wrong thing, we're going to time accelerate. Let's go. We're going to do a flyby of Minmus because I put way beyond too much fuel on this orbiter. Alright. Make sure I set Minmus as target. Yep, it's the target. Minmus is in fact the target. So, get a little bit more going on here. We've done several orbits at this point. So once Minmus, the pale green dot, I know the icon is purple, but Minmus is actually minty green. Once Minmus, the pale green dot, rises over the horizon, we set ourselves prograde and burn until we achieve an intercept with Minmus. Alright, will we make it? Maybe. Definite maybe here. I think it's time to set time warp to possibly 1. Okay. Getting closer. Actually, come to think of it, since the game forces us to upgrade our tracking station in order to see certain nodes, I already have it upgraded a certain way. So I could just wait for the target to intersect with the prograde icon, and then we'll be able to just zip on over to Minmus. Not as extravagant as warp technology in most science fictions, but hey, it gets the job done. It's closer to how it works in the real world. But goodness, learning how this works kinda makes you want to think twice before becoming an astronaut, because you're basically just You are in a can that is just tumbling through space. You just set the correct Isaac Newton forces in motion to get you going. And then you just wait until you reach your destination. And you can't make yourself get there any faster. Because if you try to make yourself get there faster, you wind up missing the target. Because it interferes with your ballistic trajectory. Drive you crazy. Oh boy. Alright, it is now above the horizon. It's not quite intersected, but I think we can make it work anyway. Alright, Jeb, we're going to burn, because I believe that the pale green dot is around here somewhere, even though I don't really see it. I don't see it 100%, but it's got to be there. So here we go. Wait, where are you? Oh, it's so dark on this side of Kerbin, I can't hardly see my spaceship. But it's time to go. Map mode, we are now altering what our orbit looks like by doing this. The idea is we make our orbit intersect with Minmus's orbit. Alright, this is reaching the point where I want to reduce the throttle. Okay, do we have a Minmus intercept? Yes, we do. Let's go a little bit more, okay. That might be adequate, although I don't like the way the, I don't really like the way the icons are appearing right now. They're weirding me out a little bit. They're glitching a little bit. Tiny bit more. Tiny bit more. Tiny bit more. Oops. That killed it. That killed the intercept, so there's a way to fix that. Jeb, point the ship retrograde. We need to go back. We must go back! I've always been interested in science fiction. In response to your, did you want to go to space growing up? I've always been interested in science fiction and space fiction and things of that nature. Alright, now we have our intercept again. We can now disable SAS and just allow the ship to drift. So, drift we shall. Time acceleration, because it's going to be a while. Come on, I need the sun to come up, because this is kind of dull-looking, seeing all these dark... Maybe I should increase the ambient light. Is there a way to do that? Settings. I need pixel light count. Huh. Shadow cascades. Ambient light boost. Give me plus... How about plus 50%? Maybe that'll be enough. Apply. Ooh, oh, okay. That makes it look a lot more interesting. Resume flight. I mean, it's clearly not what it looks like, but it is... It does make things more interesting than just seeing a bunch of shadows all over the place. Alright, we are now on our way to Minmus. There's the sun. Okay, we have a little bit of time acceleration going on. Where are we up to? Let's get a little bit more time acceleration. We don't want to sit here all day, after all. We will soon reach our... Okay, we should have a Minmus intercept here. Okay, there's something about a Minmus escape. What is this about a Minmus escape? I am bothered by the concept of a Minmus escape. Why is there a Minmus escape? Well, obviously, because if we don't make certain adjustments, we will not achieve a Minmus orbit. But I see an escape, but I don't see a... I'm a little confused about this. I will find a way to make it work. I will find a way to make it work. Alright. Trouble with this is our speed relative to Kerbin is decreasing as we reach, because, physically speaking, we just threw ourselves up. And as we get closer up here, we are reaching the top of our trajectory. At which point the gravity of Kerbin is not affecting us as much. And this is another departure from reality, which I believe they did to make the calculations in-game a little bit easier. The game only applies the effects of one source of gravity at a time. So, until I have an approach to another body, the game only calculates me being affected by the gravity of Kerbin. Once I get close enough to Minmus, it calculates me being under the effects of Minmus and not Kerbin. As far as how the game works under the hood, all of the planets and moons are basically on rails. Which is different from Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is constantly calculating the trajectories of the planets and such, which, funny enough, is one of the reasons they need to have the dang time loop, because the trajectories start to break if they go on for longer than 22 minutes. Outer Wilds is a crazy game. The solar system in Outer Wilds is even more toy-like than the solar system in Kerbal Space Program. Like, if I remember correctly, Kerbal Space Program, everything's maybe, what, a quarter of a realistic size? I need to look that up. Google, how big is, how off scale is Kerbal Space Program? Ah, alright. Kerbin is 1/10 the size of Earth. So everything is 10% size. We are slowing down so much it's not even funny. I gotta put on another time acceleration, because this is getting ridiculously slow. We are beyond the orbit of the moon. Yeah, you can see the moon actually traversing around Kerbin now. And we are continuing up our trajectory. We are beyond the orbit of the moon, and we are rising, steadily rising, to meet Minmus. Hopefully, I think I see what's going on. Because of the way this trajectory works, we are de facto stationary, or reaching the point where we're stationary, and we're just waiting for Minmus to catch up to us. That's how this is going. That's what this looks like to me. Well, I can think of several other ways we might be able to make this work. Okay. Let's take another gander at where we actually are. There is Kerbin and the moon, way off there, as we're traversing through space with our time acceleration on. Where is Minmus? Can I even see Minmus with my naked eye? Maybe? No? Minmus is too tiny. I feel like a sailor in the age of sail, standing on the crow's nest looking for land. Where is Minmus? I just want a nice, happy orbit so I can get some science and then return home. Where are you at, Minmus? Hello, Minmus. Minmus might be too far away for me to make heads or tails of it. That is Kerbin and the moon getting further and further away. Where is Minmus? Wait, there! I think that's it. That over there is probably Minmus. The Minty moon approaches. Alright, so how are we doing? We are now beyond this point. Alright, there's the Minmus encounter, but then the Minmus escape happens much too fast. But, well, maybe not that fast. So we have a Minmus escape about 2 hours after we have the Minmus encounter, so I'm going to want to eliminate my time acceleration soon. Alright, I see what this is going to be like. Okay. Time to drop time acceleration a significant bit. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. Maybe I dropped it a little bit too much. Increase it a little bit. So the next time I drop time acceleration, we're going back to real time. Come on, I need to get this Minmus encounter done. A little bit faster. Okay, okay, now we're really speeding along. Okay, we have Minmus encounter. We have a Minmus encounter, which means it is time to... Okay, SAS on, point us retrograde. Jeb, we see the Minty Moon. It is time for us to get up close and personal with the Minty Moon. We will not be landing on the Minty Moon this mission, but we are going to be getting up close and personal with it. Alright. Begin the burn. Whoa, what happened? Something was behaving strangely. Well, let's continue with the burn, see what happens. Maybe we'll get somewhere correct. What is this? What is happening? Am I even burning the right way? I am confused. What is the meaning of this burn? Let's keep going. What is going on? Are we oh, darn it, we're pointed the wrong way. We're pointed prograde. We were supposed to be pointed retrograde. No wonder. This is bad. This could lead to all sorts of nonsense. Well, let's point ourselves retrograde real quick and correct for the nonsense that we accidentally did. Oh, boy. Wait, what? Retrograde, fool? Oh, no. Oh, no. I think I see what the problem is. Alright, alright. The problem is that something is going wrong and is resetting what our retrograde and prograde are, so I am going to take matters into my own hands. And, alright, we're gonna try something crazy, Jeb. We're gonna try something crazy. First, let's try this. First, I want you to aim at retrograde and then turn off. And then I am going to gently ease the controls without changing direction significantly. We are going to remove speed... Uh-oh. Ran out of fuel on that particular stage, but that's okay. We have a whole nother... What just happened? I thought I saw something blow forward. That was weird. Well, whatever. We are going to continue burning in this direction and see what happens. Because something fishy is going on here. And I do not like it. I do not like it one little bit. Alright. I think I know what I need to do now. Let's just aim for Minmus. Alright, we are now just plain aiming for Minmus. Alright, this claims I have a Minmus encounter in a few minutes. Alright, do I have Minmus encounter? No. Why is it that when I activate Time Warp it disappears? There must be some kind of glitch in the system. Alright, there's gotta be a... I'm starting to think that there's a strange glitch in the game's calculations, that it doesn't like Time Warp. Okay, there is something very strange going on here. And I do not like the strange. I do not like this strangeness, which is bothering me so much. You know what, this strangeness is enough that I kind of want to, let's just burn toward Minmus a little bit more. Why not? Worst comes to worst, we can just go we can just point ourselves the other way and hope for the best. Minmus encounter in 9 minutes. It is both making the Minmus encounter sooner and also pushing it further away, which is annoying. Really, game? Are you going to force me to actually wait 9 real-world minutes just to get to Minmus? Game, why? Why are you like this? Game. Oh, game. Well, looks like we'll be taking a bit of a breather on our way to do a nice happy Minmus flyby. Let's see what we got going on here. I actually think, can we reset the goo canister? I think we can. Observe mystery goo. Sure, we'll keep that experiment. Might work. Let's do the temperature and the other stuff too. Oh, that gives me nothing? Reset then. Does this get me anything? Log? Nothing. Reset. Nothing to worry about then. 8 minutes. Well, well, well. Trapped in the Matrix. Tell me about it. Actually, what is this? This is a 5x time, so if I'm going at 5x time and I have 7 minutes to go, that means what? I could just set a timer for 2 minutes and go? Something like that? 7 divided by 5. So that would be 1.4 minutes. That's almost 90 seconds. I could, like... Okay. So I'll set a timer for, like, 1:20, and then set, and then go at 5x speed and see what happens. Alright, here we go. Whoops, my timer messed up. Awkward. Okay, there we go. I have set a personal timer for 1 minute 20 seconds. I'm going to disable time acceleration when 1 minute 20 seconds have elapsed, on the hopes that I don't have to wait 7 minutes. The things we do to save a little time. Though really, there's no way this orbit would not have a Minmus encounter. Just look at this nonsense. It's like, look, Minmus is right there. I am heading directly to Minmus. What do you expect to happen, game? We are on our way to Minmus. There is no stopping us. This boat is going to Minmus. Nothing will stop us from getting to Minmus. As I say that, I think I hear some real-world thunder outside. There might be a rainstorm getting ready to start in the real world. Heaven alone knows if that's going to do anything nasty to the stream. Oh boy. Though I might have been hearing things. For all I know, there is no actual storm, I'm just hearing things. Maybe someone's moving furniture in another room. Alright, how are we doing this? Alright, back to 1x time. Alright, when I switch back to 1x time, it now has me on a Minmun trajectory. That tells me... Point my butt retrograde, Jeb. And... burn just a little bit. Burn until we achieve a proper Minmus orbit. Jeb, please. Please, Jeb, we need this orbit. We need this orbit, Jeb, please! Please! Yeah, we're far enough away from Minmus that we probably need to decelerate significantly if we want to have a proper orbit. The dang navigation aids are going crazy because they're probably finding Minmus intercepts that involve us orbiting Kerbal a couple of times before we run into Minmus again. Almost there. Alright. Alright. I think we have a problem with this orbit. I'm starting to notice a problem with this orbit. Oh, good grief. Well, it's been nice knowing you, kids, but, we are on a collision course with Minmus. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's okay. That's okay. Minmus has low gravity. I can fix that. I can fix that. Imagine if you were on a spaceship and swear you heard thunder. Oh man. That would be an interesting problem to have. Okay. I can fix this. I can fix this. Unfortunately, I don't have a timing on when exactly we plunge into Minmus, but I assume it'll be a while. Yeah, it's I'm hitting a lot of time acceleration, and it's definitely going to be a while. Sheesh. 100x, and we are barely approaching Minmus. Alright, we are starting to have some acceleration toward Minmus. Minmus has very weak gravity. Alright, we are at 1,000 times time, and now we are starting to approach Minmus a bit more drastically. Just a tiny bit more drastically. But it's okay, I know how to fix this. I can fix this! I know why this happened, too. I've more or less killed my, I killed my acceleration relative to Kerbin, and then aimed myself directly for Minmus. So that's why this is happening. Okay, let's see what we got here. It never gave me a proper orbit, unfortunately. That is a Minmus escape, except for the fact that my periapse for Minmus is in the middle of Minmus's crust, so that's not going to work. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We are going to kill the rest of our Delta V relative to Minmus. Alright, we're getting very close. It's time to prepare to do this nonsense. We're going to kill the rest of our Delta V relative to Minmus, and then we are going to fly around Minmus's... you know what, I could probably just do this now, but I feel like I want to do this when I'm a little bit closer to where I want to be altitude-wise, so let's do it at around... Let's begin to kill our momentum when we are at around, I don't know, 20,000? 20,000 sounds good. 20,000 sounds like a nice, happy amount. Okay, we are still at several hundred... We're still at several million meters above. Unless I'm misreading something. Always possible. Kind of annoying that it's possible. Alright, we're getting closer and closer and closer. I'm going to want to disable the time acceleration soon. I don't want that, I want the actual distance above. Okay, I'm going to want to start disabling time acceleration, or at least using a smaller time acceleration. I think around 20k is where I want to be when I kill my deceleration, and then just aim myself for the horizon and burn a little bit. Actually, no, 20k is still fine. 20k is fine. We'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. How are we? Yeah, okay. So this is not million, this is just meters. Got it. So once we are at around 20,000 meters, I want to eliminate my acceleration toward the planet, not the planet, the moon, and then we establish a proper orbit. And I can clearly hear it raining outside, so yes. If the stream goes down, you know what caused it. Alright, I'm starting to get a little bit too, go a little bit too fast for my liking, so Jeb, point me retrograde. Honestly, this is kind of a landing vector right here. Problem, we have no proper landing facilities. So, even if I did try to land, it would just tip over, and then we'd be stuck on Minmus until we sent a rescue party, which that would be fun in and of itself, but, bring him home, Jebediah Kerman. Okay. Not too hard, not too hard. We can just kill our Delta V towards the moon, and then establish ourselves in a proper orbit. We can get away with doing it at this altitude because Minmus has no atmosphere. Can't do this with Kerbin. Alright. Getting closer. It is too bad that I did not just plain get a lander here, because this would work out just fine. This would be just perfect for a lander if I, you know, actually gave it landing legs. Alright, we have killed our Delta V. It is time for me to aim for the horizon and burn until okay, we now have an apoapse, but I am the apoapse. So let's just aim for the horizon and keep burning for a while. Orbit achieved. This is fine. We have an orbit, stable orbit, and we still have enough fuel to, I believe, get us back to Kerbin, though it may take a while. It'll definitely take a while. We are doing a flyby of Minmus. And now that this is the final flyby, I am going to take all the measurements, all of them. Give me my goo. That's a lot of science. Can we do another crew report, or is that going to play overwrite games? Okay, we're good. Crew report. I want you to... okay. Conduct materials study. The high radiation environment caused a few of the samples to glow. It looks like it would be fun to paint the rocket with this. It would be fun to paint the rocket with this. That's something Kerbals would do. Alright, keep experiment and close the doors, because this time I'm keeping the Science Junior device. What about this? Did I already log pressure data? Okay. We are getting a decent amount of science out of this mission. I want you to EVA, and I want you to give me an EVA report. Nice. Very good, very good. Alright. Now, you know what, let's do a little bit of EVAing. Because... RCS on, please. I frequently do not trust the science devices to not explode on re-entry, so I'd like to recover the science data from the science devices. Collect data. Remove data. That'll be fine. Nice, happy, pleasant orbit of Minmus. And it's definitely raining outside in the real world. Alright. Collect data, remove data, take data. Didn't I log temperature already? Oh, I see. Thought I logged the temperature. Okay. F-grab. Did you already do an EVA report? Cancel. You must have already done EVA report. Store experiments. That works. Okay. That'll be enough. I am told that it is most effective landing in one of these weird lakes. I need to be right back to check something real quick. I will not be gone long. You may enjoy the space capsule continuing to tumble around the Minty moon. My return was prophesied by the ancients. Eradicating the home planet and re-entry. Uh-oh. Oh, goodness. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. I have been spinning around Minmus for a while. It is time to figure out how we are going home. Now, the nice thing about going home is, since I'm not aiming for any particular landing site, I can just go home any old way. More advanced players have figured out how to get their craft to just plain land right at the Kerbal Space Center. However, I'm not quite that good yet. I may get that good at a later time, though, especially after I've gotten better vehicles. Get all my science maxed out. Have you ever asked the spirits about what's out there in space? I believe Dave has. The issue I have is I'm never entirely... There are crossed wires when it comes to asking about space. And the crossed wires are the fact that the planetary powers are not the same as the literal planets. There is a correlation, there is a connection between the planetary powers and the literal planets. However, it's not one-to-one. And a lot of the time, if you ask them about the what life is like out in space, they may tell you some things about planetary spirits that may very well be true on the spiritual plane, but are unconfirmable or confirm wrong on the physical plane, which is kind of annoying. Franz Barden tried to do that, purportedly, and the spirits told him all about some giants living on Saturn. And then, of course, we get a little bit further in our space science, and what do we discover? We discover that Saturn is a gas giant. Which, yeah, you're not living on Saturn. I find it very improbable that anything is living on Saturn. They also said a bunch of other things that were demonstrably false if you take them literally, which is unfortunate. But then again, that's Franz Barden, and I'm sure you've heard Dave, well, or you will hear Dave at some point in the future rant about how annoying some of Franz Barden's issues are. Now, that's not to say that he doesn't have a good system. He has a decent system, at least with respect to his first book, but after his first book, things start getting a little strange. And even his first book delves into strangeness from time to time. Like, he thinks you can light a candle with your mind. And maybe you can, but I'm not sure that lighting a candle with your mind should be step 5 of a 10-step program. Alright, I need to figure out how I am getting Jebediah home. How are we getting Jebediah home? How do we go back to Kerbin? We need to wait for... Okay. SAS on, point ship prograde. You can do this. The biggest danger we have going home is a Mun capture. Because the Mun is in there. We need to get back to system primary, essentially, and the Mun is there ready to capture our ship and mess up our return. Okay, it looks like this will be a... Alright. So here's the way this works. To return to Kerbin, I must burn prograde with respect to Minmus to escape Minmus's orbit, but retrograde with respect to Kerbin. So basically I wait until the line of my orbit, so to speak, is going opposite the direction Minmus is traveling respective to Kerbin. So on this map it looks like that will be a little bit after the apoapsis. Okay, let's see. Let's see what we got here. Worth noting that Kerbal Space Program does use some real terms for apoapsis and periapsis, but for some reason in most real-world spaceflight, people prefer the terms apogee and perigee. But they usually refer to roughly the same thing. Though I might have to double-check my nonsense on that one. Okie dokie, let's see what we got going on here. Overpowered Orbiter 1A was able to make it all the way to Minmus, and hopefully will be able to go home. Shortly after the apoapsis, it is time to burn! Okay, let's do it. Let's burn! Alright. We need to keep burning until the periapse for Kerbin is happily at around, I want to say, 40... Okay, now we're starting to encounter Mun intercepts, which is the problem. Home, Alfred, mind the moon. I like it. I like it. Okay, we need to keep going until the Kerbin periapsis is... I like it to be around 40k, because that's usually about low enough to... that's low enough, in this game at least, to reach the atmosphere. So if we hit 40k on the periapsis, we are not going to bounce off the atmosphere and return to space, which can happen, which is kind of annoying when you aren't planning on that happening. Okay, we're below the atmosphere on the Kerbin periapsis. The system does not predict a Mun intercept, but heaven alone knows what happens to the calculations when I use the time acceleration. Okay, we have a 50... Let's go a tiny bit more. Alright, that'll probably be enough. Okay, we are probably still right next to Minmus, even though we've been burning our rocket a lot. It's one of the sad things about real-world space science. It's that you burn, and you burn, and you burn, and you have altered your ballistic trajectory, but it's not obvious to an outside observer who's not familiar with how the space physics works. So then you burn, you burn, you burn, and then you shut it off because your trajectory's been altered enough that you're going to get where you're trying to go. But look, I did all that burning and I'm still right next to Minmus. The problem here is that doesn't make for good cinematics, so naturally the movies have this incentive to make everything as unrealistic as possible. So it's like, burning the rockets continuously! The rockets just keep burning, and they're burning all the time, and the engine is constantly spewing flames out the back. Right now I'm just ranting about how the movies portray space travel, in case that wasn't obvious. Alright, we are departing Minmus. It is probably a nice time for us to, let's see what time acceleration we get to cause Minmus to just vanish away. Interesting. So apparently at some levels of... Interesting. Farewell, Minmus. I wish we had landed on you, because that is the goal of this stream. We are going to land on Minmus with one of these spacecraft. I was originally going to do a Kerbal orbiter, because that's what the one mission wants me to do. However, I never actually did that. We never actually did a proper Kerbal orbit, and I'm not convinced that we have enough fuel to get ourselves into a proper orbit now. We have enough fuel to get ourselves back to the atmosphere, but I'm not sure if that's enough to get into a proper orbit, at least not without stranding ourselves in orbit. So, maybe we have enough. 794 meters per second. Is that the Delta V, or is that the actual... I don't know, I'm a little confused. I think that's the Delta V, but I'm not sure. Oh dear. Minmus is slowly disappearing into the distance. And that is our destination over there, Kerbin. It looks like we're not heading toward Kerbin, but we are. In a kind of circular trajectory. Elliptical trajectory, more accurately. Okay. Alright. You know, knowing how this usually goes, we're probably going to land in a stupid place like the North Pole. Imagine if in the real world astronauts just plain landed on the North Pole. Would that be crazy or what? And then we'd have to send someone to go pick them up. I'm glad our real-world space technology has gotten to the point where we can just plain launch people up and then recover the booster rockets that launched them up. And then have an absolutely crystal clear idea of where they're going to land. I assume the stream delay is such that you just heard my rant about the movies misportraying how space works. I'm only just now reading Makes for Poor Understanding of Space for the Masses. Yeah, it does. Video games do this too. Like, long time ago I was playing the original Star Fox on the Super Nintendo, Super Famicom if you're into Japanese. But, they get to the planet Venom, and they defeat the enemies who are in the space above Venom. And then, when it comes time to descend to the planet itself, they just plain point their ships downward and head down to the planet that way. Which, if you don't know how space works, that sounds perfectly reasonable, but it turns out if you want to get down from a planet, you can't do it by pointing yourself to the planet. You have to point yourself opposite the trajectory of your orbit and burn that way, so you're basically landing backwards. Oh boy. Alright, we are at 100x time dilation, and it is still taking us forever to get anywhere, so I think I'm going to accelerate a little bit more. Oh, we're going this way. Okay. Let's see how this goes. The moon is continuing to circle around, but I believe we are going to miss the moon entirely. Very good. We are gradually getting faster, so I might want to start reevaluating what... Alright, we don't need you to be redoing the SAS all the time, Jeb. Just keep it stable. Okay, pointing ourselves in this direction. It is funny how these designs do kind of result in something that resembles the Apollo module. It's certainly not a 100% resemblance, but it is hovering in the vicinity of one. I remember I used to have a design that was based on Apollo 11 in Kerbal Space Program. However, because of how small the Kerbal System is, I used that design to go to the Duna planet, which is the Kerbal equivalent of Mars. It had roughly the power of the Apollo Apollo 11 with the Saturn V, but because of how different the distances are, I could just straight up go to the Mars equivalent. Although I did need a slightly bigger lander for the Mars equivalent than the Apollo 11 lander. The reason for that being that, although they have reduced the size and reduced the distance, they have kept the gravity relatively high, so Duna has roughly Mars gravity rather than Moon gravity, which means you need a little bit more oomph if you want to escape from Duna. Alright. At some point, I will have to be heading to Duna if my intention is to conquer the entire Kerbal System, so that'll be a crazy video. However, at the same time, I do intend to take breaks from making this series to play other space games during this time. How much time has passed in-game? Let's see. 21 in-game days, however they're Kerbin days, which are only about 8 hours. If I remember correctly. So the Kerbin days are only 8 hours long, so I believe if you divide that by 3, that's how many days Jeb has been out. Thankfully, this game does not require you to, this game does not require you to account for things like food. We just assume that Jeb stashed his snacks all over the ship. and that it somehow works. Though I've heard some fans of the series suggest that maybe the Kerbals are, have photosynthetic skin or something, so they are part plant. Just eat the sunlight. Might work. But they do reference snacks all the time. There's actually a, in-capsule view. Let's see what the internal view looks like. Oh, goodness. This is what it looks like inside the capsule. Although I have, let's see, how do I... Okay, there we go. I have the time warp on, so, what is this instrument? I'm not that's probably the instrument of the altimeter or something. Radar altitude is, like, off the charts right now because we're too far away from the planet, but the, sea level altimeter is... Oh, goodness. We are in descent, and poor Jeb doesn't have a whole lot to look at. Oh, goodness. I'm just looking at the decoration behind me. Laundry, toothbrushes. Jeb has been sitting in this chair for days. Food, not food, air, parts. Alright, I gotta get out of here. Oops, okay, how do I get, Oh, for the love of popcorn, how do I get myself back to the point where I am... Display staging, docking mode, toggle map, maneuver mode. Yep. Yeah, we have not rendezvoused 2 vessels in orbit of Kerbin, but we did go all the way to Minmus for the hell of it. Okay, we got this, when are we going to... Full crew control... Where is the button to get me back? Alright, this is the trouble sometimes. Alright. This is when I simply consult Google and go, how to change view. In KSP. Okay, V. Okay, there we go. I forgot the V key was how you did it. Cycle the camera free, camera orbital, camera chase, camera locked, camera auto. I think I prefer, I think I like free camera best. Is that how this is? Orbital camera. What are the differences between these camera types? Oh well. How far away are we? We are... Oh, interesting. So according to this, we only have 2 more in-game hours before we return to Kerbin, so... Gonna get ourselves a little bit more time acceleration. Oh, we still haven't... We only have 2 hours, and we're not even inside the orbit of the Mun yet. But hey, there's Kerbin and the Mun. Here we are approaching from how far away we came from Minmus. Okay. But yeah, just consider the distances in Kerbal Space Program are 1/10 what they are in reality. And consider how much empty space a Mars mission is going to need to travel through. Unbelievable. And then just consider how much empty space a generational ship trying to get to Alpha Centauri would have to travel through. It would probably need slightly better technology than we have now, and it would still take a good century or so. Oh my. I say if we go to a place like Alpha Centauri, we should definitely make a ship big enough to be a colony in its own right. Like one of those big O'Neill space cylinders. Alright, here we go. We're almost there. I should... Oh wait, I'm already using time acceleration. Come on, we gotta get there. No, I've been saying for the love of popcorn for ages. And to be honest, I do eat a lot of popcorn, so there's that. Sometimes I think I eat too much popcorn, but they say that popcorn's actually good for you as long as you don't put, you know, layers and layers of salt and oil on it. Which, I do put butter and salt on my popcorn, however I use different butter and salt than the movie theaters do, so presumably I may be loading myself with salt and such, but I'm loading myself with less than I get from movie theater popcorn. So I consider it a plus. Let's see, what is our... Okay, we're getting closer, but we're not quite there yet. Alright. I don't think I want to accelerate too much above around 2,300 meters per second, because that would probably result in me hitting the atmosphere a little bit too fast. But now here I am getting ready to accelerate above 2,300 meters per second, which I don't think I like that, but we'll see. I might try to kill the... Alright, when I hit 3,000 meters per second, I will start burning to eliminate the last of my fuel. And then I will jettison the last stage. So once I'm heading at 3,000 meters per second, we're counter-burning, and then we are jettisoning the last stage. Just to give us a little bit more deceleration. That's no moon, it's a space station. I should build a space station around Kerbin. I think that'll be what I do the next Kerbal Space Program video, just spend an entire video trying to set up a space station and maybe a ComSat array. Alright. We are definitely getting closer and closer. Alright, I don't like this. Alright, we're down to normal time. Point us retrograde, Jeb. It's time for me to start burning off some speed here. I don't know if this is going to be enough to matter much. In fact, I might be wrecking myself rather than helping myself, so maybe I should stop. Maybe I should stop and wait until I'm a little bit closer to the planet. I'm a little bit worried that I'm setting myself up for some bad stuff to happen. Periapsis is pretty low. We'll figure it out soon enough. Alright, we're getting closer and closer here. I may be okay. I may still be okay. Although I don't like how fast I'm going. That's going to cause me some issues. Alright. I'm gonna wait just a tiny bit. No, I better start. I'm burning. We're gonna try to reduce our speed just a little bit more before we hit the atmosphere. And we are now officially in the atmosphere. Okay. We're going to bust a move on this until it burns out of fuel. Okay. Okay, and we're done. We do have... Yep, there's the heat shield. I put a heat shield there to help protect the Science Junior, but I don't think it'll be enough to help out the goo containers, which is why I had Jeb remove the Science from them earlier. So the goo containers may burn up and explode. That'll be fun. Alright, here we are. We are still accelerating a little bit due to gravity, but it's slowing down. Alright, we have our friction going on now. And we are now decelerating due to atmospheric friction. Okay. When we have and there's the... There you have the temperature indicators about the goo canisters overheating. When they reach full, the goo canisters will explode, and it will be funny. Good thing I took my science out. Right, we are reducing our speed rapidly from the atmospheric friction. But I'm pretty sure those goo canisters are probably going to blow. Sorry, goo. It's been nice knowing you. Just think, this is kind of how the Apollo 11 astronauts came back to Earth. This is what they had to go through. Alright, we have now decelerated enough that the friction due to the atmosphere is no longer heating us significantly. And the goo canisters survived! I'm actually surprised. Alright, now we need to wait for us to slow down a little bit more. We're still decelerating due to atmospheric friction. The way this works is you decelerate until you hit terminal velocity. Okay, I think it's time for me to prepare to, I'll let it go just a tiny bit longer, and then I will deploy the chute. Oh wow, I'm landing on a Kerbal desert. Just a tiny bit longer, and then we're deploying the chute. Chute's off! Okay. I have a docking port on this because I thought I was going to be using it for the rendezvous, but instead I went and did a flyby of Minmus, coming home with some wonderful science data. Just need to redesign this stage so that it can actually land. That'll be fun. Get us a nice happy landing. Okay. Now, knowing how the chutes are set up, they will deploy more fully at about 1,000 meters. Alright, the camera just changed its mode automatically because of how low we are. Alright. And now it is time for me to use time acceleration. Ah, I think we heard the explosion of the last stage blowing. Ramming into the ground. Nice. Ruined somebody's day. You never see any cities or anything like that in Kerbal Space Program. Some people assume maybe the Kerbals live underground. Kerbal Space Program 2 is actually out in early access, but I haven't taken much of a look at it yet. I've heard middling things about it, but it is still early access, so too early to tell if it's really a good game yet. Still 100 meters off the ground, coming down with our parachutes. Okay, we're getting closer, getting closer. Once we have landed, we can recover craft and bask in our science points. And then get ready to launch another one, because of course we are. And we have landed. Bam, done. Okay, you know what? Let's go ahead and EVA, because why not? Hey Jeb, give me an EVA report. I don't think a spacesuit was necessary to get here, was it? Sure it was. Get back on board. Give me a crew report. No, don't overwrite the crew report. You should be able to get more than one crew report, darn it. Take data. Store experiments. Get back on board. Crew report. Bam. Nice. Okay. Log temperature. I'm just kind of getting a little bit of extra data here, because why not? Alright. Alright, that should do the trick. Except, there is one more thing that I almost forgot that I could do. I'm not sure if I can actually do it, but we're about to find out. Also, Jeb is about to take a tumble. Or I think he's going... Oh, he's going down a little bit slower than I thought he would. Okay, I guess he didn't tumble after all. Alright. Take a surface sample. Lots of sand and rocks here. You're thankful that you're in a climate-controlled environment, because it sure looks hot out there. The sand is dry and loose, and it looks like it's going to take some effort to clean your gear afterwards. Yeah, I upgraded the research facility, so now the Kerbals can take surface samples. I don't know if we have enough oomph to get back on board the ship, though, so that could be a bit of an issue. Can you climb that? Ah, it worked. You should be able to get back on board, otherwise it's going to be mildly annoying to recover you, but not catastrophically so. Alright, get back on board. Okay, recover vessel. How'd we do? How'd we do with our little Minmus extravagance? Drop pods inbound. Nice. Nice. Oh, good grief. We got 295.4 science from that. Woo! And Jeb advanced in level again. Well, we have 366 science total. Goodness, I can just keep on upgrading everything at this rate. Probo-Dobodyne Experiment Control Station. Interesting, interesting. Advanced fuel systems. What is this? Oh, more adapters. That's always nice. Heavier rocketry. What kind of heavier rocketry are we talking about here? Oh, goodness. Very heavy rocketry. Vector. Mammoth. Mastodon. Wolfhound. Goodness. Some of these I don't recognize, which tells me that my DLC probably provided them. Alright. Ah, yes, the Nerve atomic rocket motor. I forget exactly how that works, because there's like multiple different ideas for how you would use nuclear power in spaceflight. Like, there are several. But, I have trouble remembering exactly how this works, but the way it works does not require oxidizer. Like, normal rocket engines, you need rocket fuel plus oxidizer, because unlike jet engines, you're not using it in an atmosphere, so an atmosphere like Earth's has oxygen in it, so whenever you're using like a jet engine, you are burning your jet fuel with the oxygen in the local environment. But rocket engines are for use in a vacuum, so you have to provide your own oxygen for the rocket, in addition to the rocket fuel. But the nuclear engine, due to some nuclear shenanigans, does not need to do that. The nuclear engine just needs the rocket fuel. Kerbal Space Program has a lot of oversimplifications to make it easier as a game, but I'm under the impression that you need a special kind of fuel for the nuclear propulsion. But it has to be something that's like either a hydrocarbon or something else like that. Yes, for science! Alright. Oddly enough, we have 366 science points, but the science is getting more expensive as we go on. So I don't know. Maybe I should focus on the specialized construction that'll let me get a normal docking port. Which means I need the advanced construction. Ooh, advanced nose cones. Nice. What am I looking at here? Interesting. Ooh, another radial decleft. Okay. We'll research that, and then we will... What do I really want to do? Rotation servos. This is definitely from a DLC. Rotation servos. Very interesting. The real crazy part of this is when I get to the part of the game where I will want to go to Joule, because I think it might make sense for me to just straight up construct something to be used as a space station at Joule, and then just launch my landing missions from the massive space station that I send to the gas giant. And I'm just imagining putting these rotation servos on that. I don't know if I actually will, but when I get that far, I'm just imagining doing that. Aerodynamics. Fun little thing about the Kerbals. They have a tendency to develop things like rockets before they develop cars or jets. In fact, when they develop jets before they develop rotary aircraft. Oh, that's probably one of the things you can do with these actuators. I bet I could build a helicopter with some of these road rotators. Advanced grabbing unit. That looks like it might be necessary for something. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be necessary for something. Oh, I want more propulsion systems. These are tiny, though. Well, they may be tiny, but they may still be useful. What else do I got? What is this? Advanced electrics. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I'm getting the electrics. And now I don't have enough science points for any of these, but I got enough for propulsion systems, aerodynamics, or space exploration. Oh, that'll let me build a rover. Very nice, very nice. That might be useful. Might be useful. I don't know that it will be useful. Maybe we'll worry about a rover later, but for right now, what do I need more than a rover? Oh, helicopter blades and propeller blades. Very nice, very nice. That reminds me, some of the planets I go to will probably have atmospheres, so it might be an interesting idea to see if I can make deployable helicopters for the planets with atmospheres, but I'm going to want to test them on Kerbin first to see if they actually work before attempting to send them off into space. Anyway, let's see. I guess I will... Let's go ahead and grab the aerodynamics. May as well. Okay. Now to accomplish that one mission that they told me to accomplish earlier, but I've been just not doing because it's been more fun to just plain go to flipping Minmus. This ship's already saved. I am going to... You know what? I don't need this much science for something that's just going to do a simple rendezvous operation. So we'll take that off. All of that comes off. Do I want the docking port? I think I do. I still want the docking port. I don't think I need any science for this operation. In fact, I don't even really need a... I don't even really need a heat shield for this operation, because there's kind of some heat shield stuff going on with this particular flavor of module. But I still need to do the rendezvous to get my Kerbal bucks, and then I need to actually land on Minmus to accomplish the goal of today's stream. I will land on Minmus before this stream is over. Okay, what do I got going on here? And then tomorrow I did have some research to do for a video I'm working on. Let's see. Though I already know most of the information, I need to make it more official. I need some kind of... First we need the fuel tanks. Now first we need the decoupler so we can actually go back... TD12, is that the right one? Yep, there we go. First, the decoupler. Then, the fuel tanks. Is this good enough? Probably. This will require the Terrier. Okay. This is basically good to go. Do I want to do some crazy shit? Hoo-hoo-hoo. I can make things electric. But do I need the electricity, or not so much? Probably kind of unnecessary. But I'm going to show this off because it looks cool. Extend! That's what I'm talking about. Retract. Extendable, retractable solar panels. This is what I like to see. Extend! Retract! And now I'm going to show off the other one. Extend! Retract! I just love that. I don't think we necessarily need that much electrical systems for this mission, but it's fun to see. Let's see what we got going on here. I believe I want roughly 5,000 meters per second just to give me a nice, happy amount of leeway. Alright, need coupling. Give me another TD12. This time, we are going to use only enough to make this work. Do I have the big one? Here we go, the big one. This should be enough, probably. I believe a Reliant will do the trick. That's still not enough. Not quite enough for my liking. Or is it? Is it enough? Let's take a quick gander at this. It says I only need 3,400 to reach orbit. Okay. 3,400 it is. Although I probably want a little bit more than 3,400 for maneuvering's sake, so maybe something closer to 4,500. What have I got so far? 2,682 plus 611. So maybe I should assume that I want the lowest half to have. That might be a good idea. You know what? Let's go crazy with this. Let's go crazy. I want to see what happens if I go crazy. Fuel tanks. Alright, we need more of these. And just for the sake of being even crazier, let's get up there fast. Though oddly enough, when I do this, it reduces the... So the weight from the engines is changing the delta V. That's the change in velocity. So just throwing 4 extra engines creates enough weight to change my delta V from 3,755 to 2,900. Which is still okay, I think. But goodness. Do I have enough delta V on the last... I'm gonna cross my fingers and hope I do. Worst case scenario, I can just reload, Yeah, worst case scenario, I can just reload. As I'm thinking about this, I remember something important, which is going to mess me up if I don't have it. Command and control. What is this? RV-105 RCS versus RV-1X. What is the difference? Well, for different RCS horn configurations to solve all your RCS needs. What does this mean? Okay. I don't see the difference. Well, this one is significantly smaller. Maybe that's the difference. That one's a baby, and this one's the biggie. Okay. So that's the difference. One of them's smaller than the other. Okay. Which reminds me, I need to finagle with this. Oh, nope. Wrong one. Alright, where is... Center of mass. Okay. Center of mass is right there. I want my RCSs to be on the center of mass as close as possible. There we go. Alright. This might be workable. Might. I'd really be happier with something that's like 4,500, Part of the issue, though, is Delta V is not everything. Delta V is not everything by a long shot. If I don't have enough power to get me off the ground, then all the delta V in the world is meaningless. I'm a little disturbed by the fact that I lost so much, I lost an awful lot of delta V on the final stage just from, Whoops, I accidentally removed my engine. I lost an awful lot of delta V on the final stage just from putting these RCS blocks on, so that's a little annoying. Lost a good 100 some, and the final stage doesn't have a lot of delta V to begin with, but, might be okay. Won't know for sure until I try. I got a dumb idea. This is dumb, but it might actually work. I'm going to go... Maybe that's excessive, I don't know. Is that excessive? I guess we'll find out. There's no kill like overkill. 2862. I don't know. There's some additional problems I need to concern myself with. Maybe what I should do is use these boys again. Yeah, it reduces my delta V. I need more delta V, not less. At the same time, I don't know. Maybe if I just reduce the number of those I put on... Ah, when I reduce the number, the delta V starts going up again. Okay. At what point do I... Alright, I'm getting more delta V now instead of less. But I still might want... I might want another stage in here, just to be on the safe side. One more stage. We're gonna put, I don't know. Actually, rather than doing what I was planning, maybe what I should do is I should make the extra stage... What is this? This one's too powerful. That one's too big. That's too big. Hovering around too big. Okay. Put another one of those on. Which means I need another coupler. Okay. Alright, what do we got going on here? Something's fishy about this. Something is fishy here. Oh yeah, the problem is I forgot to put a... No, wait, that is an engine. What am I doing? Alright. Something's very weird going on. Something fishy about this. 1939 meters per second. What is this? I'm starting to question the numbers I'm reading. I might be misunderstanding something. Alright, aerodynamics. Let's go ahead and put some advanced nose cones on, because why not? Although I forgot something important, as usual. Couplers... Radial decouplers... Now attach. Okay. So this is all wrong. Radial down, for the love of Pete. Why is my staging all messed up? Alright, we want the chutes last. Final disconnector there. That's correct. This... Alright, this needs to be with this. Alright. And... We need an extra up here to move this up to. There we go. That should be correct. Okay. We're gonna call this the OPO2. And hope that I did a good job, because if I didn't do a good job, this is gonna crash and burn. Let's go. Alright, let's go. Let's get our rendezvous on. Paint it red makes it go faster. Alright, SAS at full throttle ahead. Let's go! This isn't so bad. We're doing fine. At least I sure hope we're doing fine. Alright, we're getting up there, Let's point ourselves a little bit. I'm a little concerned that the ensemble is rotating a little bit, but that's okay, we'll make it. We're also starting to experience some resistance from the air pressure, which is a little bit awkward, but oh well. Good. Kaboom! Try not to lose control of our setup, Jeb. What's our Apo at? Oh, Apo's well beyond where we need it to be. Good. Excellent. Excellent. Apo is above where we need it to be. This might be another overpowered vessel. Oh, so unreasonably overpowered. I am definitely misunderstanding something when I'm... I've got to be misunderstanding something, because now, when we were in the vehicle bay, some of the Delta V numbers were ludicrously low, like only a few hundred meters per second. But now that we are in space, those Delta Vs have turned into 2,000 meters per second and numbers like that. So I think that I need to do something to the... I need to do something in order to tell it where the engine is going to be used in order to get accurate Delta V numbers, because I think it was probably trying to give me Delta V for on the ground in the atmosphere, which is wrong. So this puppy has enough juice to get me all the way to the Mun or to Minmus. Oh dear. Alright, Jeb, point us prograde, if you can. We're getting ready to approach this apoapsis. We're going to want our orbit regularized. I could have done away with that whole engine. I could probably do away with an entire fuel tank and still make it to orbit, no sweat. Okay, how are we? We are getting closer to the apoapsis. When we are there, we really just want to party! Alright, this might be perfect. Give us our nice, happy... circularization, please. Alright, we're starting to approach the apoapsis, which is a minor issue, I think. Alright, just go to stability assist. We don't need to keep going like that. Lost it. Drop it. Good to go. Hopefully we get a little bit more of a circularization now. Okay. It looks like we will have achieved full orbit as soon as this... once this stage is done, we will have achieved full orbit. Unless my calculations are wrong, which would be really annoying. Actually, looks like we'll have a little bit of fuel left over after orbit is achieved. Periapsis, okay, we got it. We're gold. Okay, We have managed to attain a good orbit, which means it's time to save game. Save game. Okay, come on, game. Jeb in orbit, waiting for Val. Save. We are now going to actually accomplish what we set out to do. Back to the Space Center. Now, I kind of want to see if this will work with like one fuel tank missing. So let's try this. Let's do a little experiment, shall we? Let's remove this entire fuel tank. And then... this is unnecessary. And then remove that entire engine. And we just have this puppy in. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, we do have the Terrier there. Okay. This is going to be an interesting little experiment to see if we can still make do with less craft. We're going to call this one the OPO-2B. Why not? Save. I need to assign crew. Val is already auto-assigned to the crew. Okay, save. Val is the other pilot we start with. We start with Jeb as a pilot and Val as a pilot. We have Bill as the engineer and Bob as the scientist. Which is kind of backwards when you think Bob the builder should be the engineer and Bill the science guy should be the scientist. But it's the other way around. Bill is the engineer and Bob is the scientist. Save. Launch. Let's hope for the best. Let's see if we can get a docking maneuver going. Alright, will we make it? SAS on. Val is a lower level pilot than Jeb is because I have not been using Val as much. So she does not have the same benefits that Jeb does, which is kind of annoying, but oh well. Launch! Let's see if we can make this work with a smaller ship. Keep us pointing. Okay, now it's time to start edging the ship towards the east. Try not to lose control, Val. Try not to lose control. Whoa, I don't like this. This is not something I like. Please do not lose control, Val. That would be bad. Okay, with those gone, this should... Careful, Val, careful. Need more stability, please. Careful, Val. Careful. What's our Apo looking like? Oh, shit! Apo is already ludicrously high. Okay. The Apo apps for this vehicle is ludicrously high. We went a little bit overboard. Okay. That's fine, though. That's fine. I think. Unless we wasted fuel on our way up here, which is also possible. Oh dear, Apo apps should not be that high. This is kind of ridiculous. This makes me want to experiment, though. This does make me want to do some funny little experiments to see what will happen. I have some hope that we can make this work. So let's see what happens. Okay. So Val, let's try... Okay, let's try doing something ridiculous. Let's prepare ourselves for our inevitable horizontal thrust when we reach Apoapс. And then we will see if we can circularize orbit there. Should work. Should work. Alright, so... what is the Faye story that Dave mentioned? I'm not sure. Because I'm not sure if I remember what he mentioned. Hey Dave, if you're in the chat, feel free to respond. As for secret projects, well, I'm actually planning on seeing if I can make a video essay or something similar about the experiments of John Dee. Although, as a backup plan, I'm also considering simply reading John Dee's diary on video. But I think a video essay on John Dee's experiments with the angels may be intriguing. We got 1 minute to apoapsis because we really overdid it. This apoapsis is nuts. Absolutely nuts. But we need to recircularize our orbit before we try to unnuts ourselves, so I'll just wait for us to actually hit the apo and then see what happens. Alright, I think we have actually hit the apo, so let's just burn and hope we get a nice, happy circularization before we run out of fuel. Worst comes to worst, we may have to recover Val's craft because we flew it wrong. But Val will probably get a level up from this because she'll have gone on a proper spaceflight, finally. I probably should have sent Val up in the first ship and Jeb up in the second, but oh well. Live and learn! We need to get this orbit circularized before we return to the atmosphere, which would be a problem. Hovering around at 2300. Okay, we ran out of fuel on that stage, so here we go. Last stage. Let's try to get a circularized orbit before we run out of fuel, because that would be bad. Give me nice, happy, circularized orbit. I want my happy, circularized orbit. There we go. Periapsis up. And it's above. Okay, it is now... Alright, we are good. We are good. We now have 2 craft in orbit of Kerbin, who are now going to commence the rendezvous maneuvers. I want Val's craft to try to do the rendezvous maneuvers. So, which one do we got? Val is OPO-2B, and Jeb is OPO-2, so we are going to set OPO-2 as our target. What is this? Separation indicators? Okay. Now, if I could just remember how I do this normally. I believe what I want to do is I want to... First I need to make sure that we have... Okay, we do have to adjust our orbit, so first we will... Let's see if I can find the correct... There it is. Is that what I want to use, though? I think I want to use the other side. There it is, the triangle. I need to point myself toward this triangle, I forget what its proper term is, to make an orbital adjustment when we reach the descending node. Okay, we want our orbit relative to Jeb's orbit to be the same. So, let's get there. Let's see. Map mode, toggle mode, docking mode. Interesting. There is something I feel like I am forgetting how to do. I need to make sure that I figure that out before it becomes a problem. Now that's Jeb's ship. He is passing by what constitutes our descending node. Let's get a little bit of time warp going on. Now this is how we get a rendezvous going on, because rendezvous in space are kind of a pain, compared to rendezvous in most other situations. Yeah, it's all about orbital mechanics. Okay. Now... We want to burn at the descending node a little bit, and... Okay, we are now at 0 degrees. So our orbital inclination is the same as Jeb's. Now what we want to do is point ourselves prograde, I believe, and this is probably going to result in a lot of wasted fuel, so I am going to save us here, just in case. Save game. Val is about to waste fuel. Save. Now, I believe in the real world they do some more convoluted calculations to make this work, but we're not in the real world. So, here we go. Faye's story that Dave or I mentioned. I already read that comment, but it depends on which Faye's story it was. Is it the one that involved changing the weather, or is it the one that involved the lawnmower? Oh, boy. Because those are different stories, and the lawnmower one is more one that Dave should reply to. Let's go. Let's see if we can make this work. Val is about to use so much fuel trying to get this rendezvous to work. And stop. Adjust a little bit more. Adjust a little bit more, 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 adjust a little bit more. There we go. Happy rendezvous. Alright. That should do the trick. I hope. It'll be another couple of orbits, but then we will have a rendezvous. And then I need to adjust orbit some more in order to make sure that we stay rendezvoused. Alright. Alright, and then get ourselves in a nice, happy docking maneuver. So we now have our rendezvous set up. So let's see if we can make this work. I think I know how to make this work. It shouldn't be that hard. Boop. We will have only 1 kilometer of separation when we get there, so it'll be 1 hour of in-game time. Shouldn't take too long. We'll get this rendezvous operation figured out momentarily. So basically, she has arranged for her orbit to be such that her speed alters around Kerbin, so that she eventually has an intersection with Jeb's orbit at roughly the time Jeb will be where the intersection is, and that's how you get a... that's basically how you get a rendezvous in space. Or one way, anyway. I'm sure NASA has some more, What in blazes? Did something go wrong? Is something awry? That's strange. It looks different. Oh. It's because the calculations start doing funny things when time dilation is going on. So I turn on time dilation and the calculations start going on like, oh no! You don't have an intercept. You don't have a rendezvous at this point. And then I turn off time dilation. It's like, no, never mind, you do. It's kind of ridiculous. So how many real-world... Okay, we've only got like 2 real-world minutes. I wonder if we have visual of Jeb's ship now. Jeb, where are you? It's Val. Jeb. I do not have visual of Jeb's ship yet. Alright, I believe... Where is Jeb? I would think I'd be able to see him by now, but maybe not. Maybe not quite yet. According to this, we should have 1 kilometer of separation in about 2 minutes. Ah, boy. This is another thing about fictional space. You see how I do not have a visual of Jeb's ship? Even though... It's actually Jeb, not Jen. Jebediah Kerman. Whereas Val is, I believe she's Valentina or something. So you see I do not have a visual of Jeb's ship yet. But in space fiction, you're frequently just flying in formation with easy visual on the other ships in your formation, and you attack something and it's clearly there on screen and all that jazz. But then in the real world, it's like, if you're having space combat, you're probably shooting those missiles at them when they're far, far out of range, but you have them on radar, or your futuristic sensors or whatever, but you'd be shooting at them far, far out of range. Oh my. Are we there yet? Alright, I have target mode on, so according to this, I am, relative to Jeb, I am going 349 meters per second. So what I want to do is when I am about 5, well, maybe I should start doing it now. Alright, I should point myself away and begin to burn in order to reduce my relative velocity. And this is why I say that Val is going to be using a lot of fuel here. Relative velocity to the target. I don't know what this is going to do to my Kerbal. My Kerbal orbit may do some weird things when I'm doing this, but it's probably not going to be a big deal. So I just killed my velocity relative to Jeb's ship. So now I should be able to point myself at Jeb's ship and get to him without too much trouble. Alright, need to make it so that I'm getting closer and closer now. Where are you, Jeb? We should be getting closer to each other. We're apparently about 3 kilometers away from each other, roughly. Jeb should be directly in front of me, somewhere. Maybe I should accelerate a bit more. How far away are you, Jeb? Getting closer and closer. Where are you? About 2 kilometers away. I should start pulling the... Okay. Alright. We should be about 1 kilometer away from each other. Where are you, Jeb? Where's Jeb? I should see him by now. I'm a little bit disturbed that I don't. Oh boy. Wait, what's that? I think I see him. I might need to start decelerate. Okay, I'm gonna have to yep, I'm gonna miss him now. Okay. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay. I'm gonna point myself back over this way and try to kill my velocity relative. Okay. Now I should be able to swap to Jeb's ship and set as target. Now, Jeb, I want you to turn towards Val's ship, if you can. Okay, turn towards Val's ship. You have target lock? No, you don't. How annoying. Okay. Jeb does not have target lock yet. Maybe when he levels up a few more times. But this will have to do. Switching back to Val. Okay. Alright, we'll just have to figure this out one way or another. Okay, we are on our way to Jeb. Maybe RCS on. Oh shit, why is it not working? Why is it not working? Are we going to... Oh shit. What was that shit? Oh, I see. Because I wasn't in docking mode. We had a slight collision there, but no damage to anything, so I guess we're still fine. Oh shit. Nope. Bad. That wasn't good. That wasn't good, that was bad. Val, why are you so bad at this? It's actually more of a why am I so bad at this, but because normally I would not have that kind of a problem. Set as target. Okay. It's fine, we'll be fine. We just want to get a nice, happy docking going on. As long as I don't run out of RCS propellant, we're fine. And I think we have plenty of RCS propellant. Wrong way, wrong way. This is the trouble of trying to dock. Alright. RCS mode off. How about if we do something different instead of trying to, docking mode disabled for now. Let's just try something straightforward. Alright, getting our controls to work the way we want to is always a little bit of a difficulty. RCS mode, docking mode. RCS off. No, off. There. Docking mode off. Control from here, maybe that's my problem. Nope. RCS, docking mode. Kill it. RCS off, docking mode off. Come on. Oh shit. I am doing very badly. This is not good. This is actually comically bad. But that's okay. That's okay. We'll figure it out. This is why I named my save Val is about to waste a lot of fuel. Oh dear. Oh dear. How much RCS propellant do we have left? Oh no. Have I used it all up? That would be funny. I think I've almost used up all of the RCS propellant. Oops. Yep, we just ran out of RCS propellant. Go me. Nevertheless, mission failed successfully because I think I'm only required to, I'm only required to rendezvous. I'm not actually required to dock. I just thought docking would be fun. So I tried to dock, but it didn't work. It did not work because, it's been a long time since I've tried to dock. It's been a very long time since I've tried to dock in Kerbal Space Program, and, well... Oh, goodness, I whiffed my docking. Nevertheless, there is one chance. There is still a chance. Jeb, can you show her how it's done, maybe? Maybe. Alright, let's figure this out, Jeb. Can you do it? I don't know if Jeb can do it. He'd probably have to drop the... Alright, let's try this, see what happens. Nah, this is going to be a bad idea. This is probably a bad idea. Now we're about to bonk. Nope, we came close to bonking, but we wound up not bonking. That's fine. Oh dear. Oh dear. Nope. Jeb, back away, the other way. The other way, please. Maybe Jeb can do this. This is ridiculous. Whoops. Alright, I'm about to be done with this. Or maybe what I should be is done with this piece of the module, because I don't need this module. I just thought it would be cool to... I thought it would be cool to... I don't know. I'm about to drop this stage because it's being a little bit useless. Do we have a... Perigi app? If I do what I want to do, I will lose sight of Val, so that's not good. So I'm going to just drop it. Drop it. Okay, we have dropped it. Now, kill our velocity relative to Val and see if Jeb can make the docking operation work. Uh-oh. Okay, we're not going to collide with that. Good. Killing velocity relative to Val. Now we point ourselves toward Val while going only about 2 meters per second is all I feel like I can afford. Control from here. Kill momentum relative to Val. Get a little bit going on there, but aim yourself the opposite direction now. Kill that momentum. Okay. Do we have it? Maybe. We are at definite maybe. Alright, Val, I need you to aim for it. Okay, aim for it. Are we lined up? Maybe. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and switch to RCS mode on Jeb. Okay. We're losing it. We need to stay there. I hope we have it. No, we don't have it. We are close, but we are going to miss it. Val, I need you to take aim again. Okay, let me guess something stupid happened. Did I run out of... Nope, we're good. Okay. Stay like this. We're going to get this to work. One way or another, we will make this work. That is as close as we have gotten in a while. We might be about to get it. We have connected. We have docked. We were able to do it. Woot! We have successfully docked. Now, for the hell of it, we are going to... Let's see if we can do this. Disable RCS, it should no longer be needed. Docking mode off. Can I do some ridiculous things here? Yes, 0G is a very tricky dance. Woot! Alright, we have gotten it. Now, let's see. There is something I wanted to do, but I'm not sure if it will let me do it. Ah, okay. Boop. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Misunderstood what that was used for. Invert direction. Invert direct. Okay. Will it let me do what I want to do? It does not look like it is letting me do what I want to do, which is weird. I would have thought it would work. I am trying to find the controls for letting me transfer a little extra fuel to Val's vehicle because of how much she used to do the maneuver, but it's probably not going to matter. Let's take a quick gander at what our orbit looks like after all that. Periapsis is still well above 80,000. 70,000 is where the atmosphere starts. Okay, well, it is time to... Let's see. The clock is ticking and it is growing late, so I should probably get myself ready to actually do a Minmus landing. So, we're going to consider this operation concluded. EVA, please. Do the EVA dance. Woot! Now... Val, it's your turn. EVA, please. Now... Detach and begin your RCS. Try not to get away from everybody. I'm going to have them switch which ship they're controlling. Alright, Jeb. Detach. Activate RCS. Alright, Jeb. Let's do this. No, Jeb. Last thing we need you to do is fly away in some ridiculous direction. Board! Alright, Val, it's your turn. It's time for you to swap ships. Truthfully, they could do this through the docking port, but where's the fun in that? Although I'm not sure if the game would let them do it through the docking port unless somebody got outside, because the ships are already at capacity. These pods have a one-person limit. Alright, now it is time to undock. Undock. Bam, we're done. Now, who do we have? Okay, she is in the ship that still has RCS, so let us get away from each other a little bit. because we don't want to be blasting rocket fuel in each other's face. That'll be enough. SAS, it is time to bring Val home, and then we will bring Jeb home. One at a time. One at a time, though it might be possible to bring them both home at once, but that's a little bit tricky. Okay. Map, please. What's our periaps? It ain't gonna be that for long. Bring the periaps down to about 40k. That'll be fine. Get us down to 40k. Alright, and we have already, relatively speaking, gotten far away from Jeb. Bye, Jeb! Don't forget to write. Jeb will continue to orbit a little bit longer. We're bringing Valentine home. I think her name's Valentina. Okay, how long will it take? 14 in-game minutes to get there, so we're gonna time accelerate. Whee! Oh, does that mean what I think it means? Oh, we have entered the atmosphere already. Point us this way, then. Wouldn't it be funny if we had enough, we probably don't, but wouldn't it be funny if we did? If we actually had enough Delta V in this vehicle to make it do a vertical landing. Nah, couldn't be. That would be crazy, though, if we could get away with that. We're not going to be able to get away with it, though. If we try, we would just plain run out of Delta V completely. And then we would just have a direct downward. Then we'd just fall down directly straight wherever we happen to be above. Which is not necessarily what you want to do, because you don't necessarily have quite the same amount of atmospheric braking when you're going directly down as when you're going down on a curve, so I don't know what that would cause. Would the air element technically be the element of space? The fifth element is the element of space. In fact, the Buddhists call the fifth element void, which is rather telling. Alright, let's see what we got here. Should I keep doing this? Maybe I can get away with it. Wouldn't that be funny? Maybe. I might actually have enough... Oh, wait. Now we're having the atmospheric effects. I was about to say I might actually have enough fuel that I can decelerate without relying too much on the atmospheric friction. But it looks like I can get away with a little bit of this. I can get away with eliminating some of the atmospheric friction. Won't this be fun? I wonder if we can actually recover the entire vessel. Give me a crew report. Oh, that gives me no science, but oh well. Okay. Alrighty then. I might actually be able to get away with doing this. Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't it be crazy if I had just enough to actually recover the entire... Nope. Bad. Ah, shit, we're having problems. This is fine, this is fine. But I'm gonna have to manually... if I want to recover... Okay. Deploy shoot manually, deploy shoot manually. I think I can make it work. I can make this work. As long as we don't land on the wrong side, we can make this work. Nah, turn off SAS. We'll see whatever direction we're pointing at. Might work. Might work. Oh boy, I don't like this. What is our... okay, okay. This is an awkward direction to be pointed in. If worse comes to worse, I can try to, yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this one little bit. Ah, boy. Try not to fall that way. I just want to see if we can recover more of the spaceship than we have in the past. Will Val be able to pull this off, or is this an absolute nonsense thing to attempt? I mean, it is a nonsense thing to attempt, but will Val be able to pull this off? A definite maybe. A definite maybe. Now the parachutes should finish deploying at 1,000 meters, and hopefully when they finish deploying we will have a sudden drop in velocity and the ship will right itself. Otherwise we're going to have an awkward time. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yep, there it goes. It righted itself. We're good. Alright, it definitely righted itself there. Woot! That was crazy. We have actually recovered the entire ship, it looks like. Now let's time accelerate, but I'm gonna bring it back down to normal time once we pass about, I want to say, 40 meters in the air. It looks like this is going to be a ground landing, which is unexpected. The annoying part is, unless we somehow land on ground that is completely level, it's going to tilt over. It just is. There's not much I can do about that. But whatever. Yeah, turn off the SAS. We don't need the SAS for this. It's probably going to tilt over no matter what I do. Normal speed, please. Okay. We're about to touch down in what looks like another desert. Hopefully we don't have any major problems. Bamp. And bamp. Okay. It didn't stay upright, but nothing got damaged, so that is amazing. That is what we can do when we come home with more fuel. Recover the entire vessel, please. Okay, what do we got? Come on, Kerbal Space Center. That actually gave us some, that actually gave us a little bit of science. Not a lot of science, but a tiny bit of science. And we recovered some funds from, Yep. And Val leveled up. Good to go. Now I gotta go to the tracking station because we have missions underway. That is to say, we have Jeb's mission underway. Jeb, are you there? It's time for you to come home too. You sound like a show announcer. Will Val be able to pull this off? Find out next episode. People have told me that before, which probably means that I should see if I can make a living off of my voice. Maybe if more people knew I existed, that might help. Alright, now let's see. Same routine as how I got Val down, except Jeb has significantly less fuel to work with. So... okay, that should do the trick. Now, in the real world, they'd probably both be doing this independently, but since this is a game and I have to hold their hand, essentially, I can only do so much at once. Though I have seen some people do some crazy things in this game. If you want to see something crazy that someone did in this game, using the real solar system mod, because there is a mod for this game which will replace the Kerbal solar system with the real-world solar system, with all of the real-world facts that entails, aside from the ones that the game engine itself can't handle, like the fact that there's more than one body of gravitational body acting on you at a time. That's the only thing that it can't simulate realistically. There may be a few other things it can't simulate realistically, but that's the only thing that I'm aware of that it definitively can't simulate realistically. It only acknowledges one gravitational body at a time. But anyway, as I was saying, this guy did some crazy nonsense in the real solar system mod, where he launched a mission to Venus, which brings up another thing which the Kerbal Space Program game doesn't necessarily simulate realistically. It certainly did not simulate the heat on Venus realistically. But it did some crazy nonsense anyway. This guy launched a 3-part ensemble into Earth orbit. This 3-part ensemble then all docked together into one massive ship. He then sends this to Venus, gets a transfer window, sends this entire ensemble to Venus. On the way there, he drops 1/3 of it, if I remember correctly, because it ran out of fuel. So that part was just a staging. He dropped that part because it ran out of fuel. And then he gets there with the remaining 2 ensembles. Once it gets in orbit of Venus, one of them detaches and then starts a descent. And then after it descends, this Kerbal gets out and climbs down this ridiculously long ladder to plant a flag, and then climbs all the way back up this ridiculously long ladder. And then you realize he landed an entire launch pad on the surface of Venus, which then blasts off the rocket to get into Venus orbit and dock with the transfer stage to go back home. At that point, the transfer stage goes back all the way back to Earth, since this is the real solar system mod that he was using. The transfer stage goes all the way back to Earth. And then at which point it has run out of fuel. And then he just detaches from the transfer stage, and by the time the capsule is descending back down, it's just one of these things. So the entire mission used up all those resources that just got thrown away, and all that came back to Earth is just one little capsule. It was a crazy video. You could probably look that one up on YouTube. Or maybe I can find it myself after I get Jeb down. Jebediah Kerman. I do not think you have enough... Well, actually, you know what? We were able to do this. We were able to recover vowels. I bet we can recover Jebs. I bet we can recover Jebs. Will it work? Maybe if I do this nonsense, then I can move this up here. Okay. I bet we can recover Jeb's entire ship as well. We could do it for Val, I bet we can do it for Jeb. And if we recover more of the ship, we recover more money. Let's get a little bit of a time acceleration. It'll automatically bring us back down to normal time once we get below 70,000 meters. And bang, here we are. Okay. Soon we are going to begin this. I am hoping we can make this work. I bet we can make it work. Alright, we can probably pull this off. If we can pull this off, it'll be glorious. I want to know what we're over land-wise, not water-wise. Okay, how are we doing here? Still accelerating due to gravity, but we're not experiencing the atmospheric effects yet. Not that I can notice. Maybe I should begin the deceleration by engine. Maybe. Maybe I should wait until I see the surface indicator pop up. Yeah, the crazy Venus lander that someone made in this game with the RSS mod was nuts. It was ridiculous. Imagine landing imagine if they did that in real life with a body of a similar size. Like, maybe if they did that to, I don't know, Saturn's moon Titan, maybe. Since landing on Venus is out of the question in the real world, it's way beyond too hot. Though you could probably do some crazy things in Venus's atmosphere, since I'm under the impression that there is a pocket of, what is the term I'm looking for? There's a level in Venus's atmosphere where the heat is not that bad yet, but it's around the upper atmosphere. But Venus's atmosphere is so thick that I think that the area where the heat isn't so bad may actually be one atmosphere in terms of the unit of measurement. Okay, what is going on here? Why are we not experiencing the heat yet? We should be starting to see the heat up from friction soon. Why don't I see it? Because I don't like this. This does not fill me with confidence. Should I begin, or should I wait to see the heat? I am still getting a tiny bit of acceleration due to gravity. Why don't I see the heating effects yet? You know what, I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that I don't go above 2300 for now. Alright. Still experiencing acceleration due to gravity. Where is the atmospheric effects? Alright, this indicator here seems to say that we're approaching the atmosphere, but we're not quite in the thick of the atmosphere yet, which is a little weird to me. Yeah, so we are getting some atmospheric friction, it's just not enough to significantly heat the ship. Craziest thing I've tried in this game? Well, let's see. There was one time when I docked two capsules that were... You know, I landed two capsules that were docked to each other back on Kerbal. That was pretty crazy. Other crazy things. I built something akin to the Apollo 11 and then sent it all the way to Duna, which is the normal game's Mars equivalent. Okay, we are starting to experience the atmospheric effects. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start burning to see if I can use up the last of my fuel. To make this work. Alright. I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe I don't know. You know what, to heck with it. We're going to use up the remaining amount of fuel. We are going to burn fuel until we either run out or until it says that I'm safe to deploy the parachute. Okay, I am still not safe to deploy the parachute. How long does it take to get used to this game? It depends. It really depends on how you are about this. Oddly enough, I've been controlling the ships just fine using keyboard and mouse. Although I know some people really like using joysticks, but I would only be tempted to use a joystick while trying to fly one of the aircraft. Alright, I don't know if this is going to work out for me. I am now experiencing the heating effects again, and I am accelerating up again. Alright. Let's find out whether or not we can recover the entire craft this time. We didn't have as much fuel to go to use to reduce speed. But we're already at... Okay, we might have a problem. I don't know. We might just crash into the ground as a burning crater. Wouldn't that be delightful? What a way to go, eh, Jeb? Alright, we're already experiencing significant rapid deceleration. Whoa there! Is it safe to deploy the chutes yet? Is it safe to deploy the chutes yet? Is it safe to deploy the chutes yet? Come on, I need it to be safe at 10,000 meters. Make it safe. Make it safe. It is safe. Wait, what? Deploy chutes. Deploy chutes. What is going on here? Okay, I think I see what may have happened. When I reorganized this, it decided that I don't know what the heck the deal with the game is. When I reorganized, I think it decided that this had been unstaged for some reason. I don't know why it did that, but whatever. Alright, I think we are actually going to be able to recover this entire craft. And Jeb is going to be landing in the green fields of Kerbal. Nice. After this, I am going to actually perform the landing on Minmus, and it'll be the last thing I do this stream. We are going to land on Minmus, and we are going to be recovered from Minmus, and then stream over. That'll be it. I have done a Minmus flyby, I have done a... what's the term I was looking for? A rendezvous between two ships in Kerbal orbit. We are now going to proceed to Minmus. Time accelerate so we can actually land sometime this year. We will now be landing on Minmus, and then we are going to come home and have a nice day. After that, the next time I play this, I will be building a space station. And after I've built the space station, I will move on to other games for a while, but I will eventually come back to Kerbal Space Program. Oh, that's interesting. I don't remember there being trees. This must be something that they did in a game update that I... Huh. Well, well, well. It actually stayed upright this time. Good going, Jeb. Good going. Alright, recover vessel. Okay, last thing I'm doing this game. We are going to Minmus, and we are going to come home from Minmus. Alright. Only 560 funds from recovered parts? Weird. Good to go. How is this going? Okay, why does this one say explore the moon? What do you mean? We need to test our rendezvousing. Oh, you want me to park two vessels next to each other around the moon now? Ridiculous. Build an orbital station around Minmus, you say. Ferry two tourists safely to their destination. Position satellite in an equatorial orbit of Minmus. Oh, we're starting to have the rescue missions. Oh, goodness. I don't think they spawn until you actually accept the mission, though, which It's an easy way to get some new recruits, since anyone you rescue joins your company instead of whoever they worked for before, but it's kind of weird that that happens. Okay, gather surface-deployed mystery goo observation signs from the surface of Minmus. That sounds interesting. How do I do surface-deployed mystery goo observation signs? 50% of the surface-deployed mystery goo observation... I do not know how that works, but I will accept the mission. Maybe I will figure out how that works while I am building my ship. Let's see. Open. Now, what was I flying when we got to Minmus the last time? Goodness gracious, I have a lot of... It looks to me like... what even are some of these? Are these from save game? I don't know what some of these are. I'm a little confused. Where they came from. OPO2. OPO. Overpowered. What is this? Is this the one? Loaded. I believe this might be the one that got me to Minmus before. Okay. Now, I want to get a proper lander down, so what will that entail? At a minimum, it entails landing strips. At a minimum, it entails landing strips. That might be enough to make it work. Cross your fingers. Now, the next question is, what is the science? I see regular mystery goo containment, but I do not see personal parachute. What? Kerbal-sized ram air parachute is perfect for saving intrepid pilots from a misconsidered aircraft design or hijinks involving the top of the VAB in a hopefully functional autopilot. Well. In an earlier version of the game, all of the spacesuits came with parachutes attached, so now I'm a little confused. Goo-oob ED monitor. What would happen if you left some mystery goo sitting around in the weird radiation and/or atmosphere of some faraway planet? Okay, what do I need to do with this to make it work? Alright. I am beginning to understand what is going on here. I need some kind of cargo bay. Payload bay? Service module. A service bay with explosive doors. Do not open by hand. Service bay. A heat-resistant service bay, ideal for protecting delicate instruments or slowing small service components. Okay, this might work. Boop. Although one thing I do not like is how this makes the vessel taller. Taller vessels... I don't trust them. I just don't. And the reason I do not trust them is because they give me the impression that they are going to capsize when they land, and that just bothers me. Though there's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say. Maybe what I should do is swap my fuel tank out for something different. Payload. How much fuel can this variety contain? What type of fuel tank am I currently using? This one? What is this, an FLT 800? No, the T800 is a little bit taller. We're using the 400, so that has 180 liquid fuel and 220 oxidizer. This one has 198 liquid fuel and 242 oxidizer. And it's wide instead of tall, so I could just put this puppy on here. What happens if I put that puppy there? Ah, interesting. But if I use something like that, then... Protective shell. Now we're starting to think of interesting ways of making this work. Now, is this a open service bay? Now, if the idea is that I am going to put the... If the idea is that I'm going to put this, where is it, cargo? Goob monitor inside here... Is that how this is supposed to work? How do I make this work? This is not attaching to anything. Seriously, how do I make this work? I am a little bit confused here. Right. Please allow trained scientists to deploy for best results. Okay, well, that changes everything. Or, not everything, but a few things, because I am not currently equipped to take more than one person. And do I have... What do I have with pods? Do I have anything with the electronics? What about utility? Navigation lights, spotlights. That's pretty cool. What are these starshot things? Firepower for a quick show, eh? Is this a firecracker launcher? I really need to test one of these days. Illuminators. Oh dear. What about this? Nope. All I see is... I do not see what I want to see, and that is what is bothering me. Alright, on account of this, we are going to go with... Alright, we're just going to attach this back on. And then, since this creates an unnecessary deployment, what are some of your favorite sci-fi books, movies, etc., etc.? Let's see, that is an interesting question. Favorite science fiction books? Most people will talk about things like Star Trek and Star Wars for, cinematic science fiction. However, they're both rather soft sci-fi. Star Wars in particular focuses more on its mysticism than its science fiction, which is a little bit inspired from the East. Alright, I might need something a little bit different here. Detach this. How much fuel is this worth? Let's see, fuel tanks. As far as books are concerned, I'm a big fan of the Honor Harrington series, although the early books in that series are more, Napoleonic Wars in Space, which is kind of funny. A little bit, too on the nose with its parallels with the Napoleonic Wars. He also, contrived his space physics to allow for broadsides, except the broadsides are guided missile broadsides instead of cannon. Oh boy. Guided missiles going off to attack the enemy, followed by the enemy shooting their own anti-missile missiles to destroy the first barrage of guided missiles before they can hit. And so forth and so on. It gets kind of crazy after a while. Alright, what am I looking at here? I am looking at the problem I am going to run into. But it might not be that big a problem. I might be able to make this work anyway. Coupling. I need the bigger coupling now. Maybe this one. Bam! I will simply remove this. And throw on a more wide fuel tank, or two. How much did two of those take? 270 fuel by 330 to 270 and 540, so it should be 700 something for the same amount. What is this? This is 405. So if I want to use something like this, I will need This might be too big, I'm not sure. I want something like that. That's a little annoying. That's going to cause a minor problem. It might not be a big minor problem, though. Might not be a big minor problem. But if it is going to cause a minor problem, I need to deal with it now. Payload. Nope, need the bigger one. This is how we do it. Bam. And now the lander is theoretically protected during takeoff. Nothing can go wrong. Ha ha ha. Sure, nothing can go wrong. Okay. Famous last words, fuel tanks. Another one of these. Drain valve? What? What if you failed to attach a fuel pipe at all? Solves the issue of making sure the fuel goes in the right direction. It goes out. Assigned to bookkeeping duties, but later on. Allow you to drain most resources from the part that it happens to be attached to. Great for emergencies. Flotation adjustment. Oh, I have read Dune, although my issue with Dune is I somehow haven't managed to finish Dune, which is annoying. There are a few other books that I am in the process of reading science fiction-wise. The Outsystem series is a big one. Okay. Of course I'm going to have a problem with that. Okay. So the problem there is this is not the right size. But if that's not the right size... I'm starting to think I'm going to have a problem no matter what I do with the launch of this vehicle. Oh, glorious pain and suffering. Is there a way for me to make this work? Wait a second. What if I might see the problem. Maybe. Maybe I see the problem. Can I get a deconstruct fairing going on, please? Fairing expansion. Delete fairing. There we go. So it won't let me... that's annoying. Okay, I guess I'll have to do it this way after all. Okay. Alright, I need fuel tanks of the right size. That'll have to do. How many do these take? The Vorkosigan Saga. I have not read the Vorkosigan Saga, unfortunately. This has 720. Has 270 plus 540. Need to make sure that my math is right. 270 plus 540. Alright, so the one by itself will be enough, probably. Okay. This might be enough. It is no longer the OPO-1A, it is now the M&M landing solution. Why not? Save. Let's make sure that the staging is set correctly, and then we're good to go. So first we launch all this stuff. We activate all engines, we detach these, we activate engine and remove fairings simultaneously. That's probably fine. Okay. Something is not set up correctly, but that's fine. We'll figure that out in a second. Okay. Alright, I see what the issue is. The issue is we no longer are playing the game of trying to... Okay, so the lander will land successfully both on Minmus and on Kerbal, but on Kerbal it will land with parachute assist. Alright. Saved and launch. We are going to Minmus, we are going to land on Minmus, and then we are going to come home to Kerbal. And then this stream will be concluded. SAS on, and we're about to tip over, aren't we? Of course we are. Enjoy the fireworks! Bam! I should have known that would happen. Revert to vehicle assembly, thank you very much. Alright. I can either do this the sane way, or I can do this the ridiculous way. I'm going to do this the ridiculous way. We are going to... Actually, there's a simpler way to do this. Move tool, this... Dun 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 dun. Why won't you move any further down? Well, rats. Fine, we'll use the place tool. Why are you not in four-way mode? Okay. Alright. That'll work. Save the modification and go back to the launch platform. Orc boys wog! SAS on, full throttle, and go. We are going to get out of Kerbal, and we are going to get out of Kerbal without any issues. That is my decision here. Jeb seems to be maintaining things pretty well. Good. We have stability. What is our apoaps at? Apoaps is not very high just yet. We need to get going, and we need to establish orbit. BAM! That's how you do it. Boosters explode right under you. That is the Kerbal way. Let's see if we can continue poking ourselves a little bit further to the right. Yep. Get our apoaps up to 80,000 and then we're in business. Cut the throttle. Alright, we're coasting to our apoapses. I remind you again, that is not how this works in the real world. In the real world, one does not simply coast to their apoapses. In the real world, you are spending all of your time trying your darndest to circularize that dang orbit while you are on your way back down! Because in the real world, the planet is a lot bigger, and the distances are a lot longer. So you don't actually develop enough delta V to coast to your apoapsis in the real world. Alright. But you do eventually get enough, you do eventually manage to circularize by the time you run out of fuel with the stage. Alright, we're gonna want to be poking prograde here. Uh-oh, we're gonna have problems. We need to use the engines to... Okay, that will do the trick. Good job, Jebediah. I'm sure you will continue to poke a little bit further along. This is probably fine. Let's commence. Let's go ahead and get our orbit circularized. Still got plenty of fuel in this stage. Very nice. We need a speed of roughly 2,300 meters per second to have a nice, happy circular orbit. We are about to run out of fuel with this stage. And we're done with that one. Nice. That should be adequate. Periaps isn't high enough. That's okay. I will continue to coast to the Apoapsis's new position, and then we will right the periaps. Alright, almost there. We're going to get ourselves nice and happily orbiting. And the peri is now above the atmosphere, so we will not have a decaying orbit. Alright, zoom out. Target set. Minmus. In the real world, they would do a lot of calculations to make sure that you can just keep on burning for the entire time, rather than having to play games with the orbits. So in the real world, if there's a mission that needs to go to, say, the moon, they would time it so that by the time you get into orbit, you can just keep on burning to extend your orbit to the moon's orbit, rather than having to stop, orbit Earth, and then start waiting for a good transfer point to go to the moon. Interplanetary travel is more complicated than trying to go to the moon, though. Alright, interplanetary travel is a lot more complicated than trying to go to the moon. This is what our new craft looks like, and... tell me... I may have made an error. Have I made an error? I think I may have made an error. I made an error. Craft is a pain. Okay, revert flight. Revert to vehicle assembly. I made an error. A really dumb error, too. Get ready for it. You know what error I made? See if you can guess. Well, I'll give you a... there's a time delay, and I don't want to waste too much time, so I'll give you like 20 seconds to guess. Alright, I think that was 20 seconds. I don't know how I did it, because I remember putting them on the ship. But, where'd my landing strips go? Where did my landing struts go? Oh no, it already has parachutes. We're good. We're good on parachutes. But where did my landing struts go? Okay, start retracted. Happy day. Okay. Save once again. My landing gear. When I was changing fuel tanks, I think it was, I must have forgotten to put landing gear on the new fuel tank. Very annoying. Okay, anyway, that's dealt with now. I'm a little confused. What is this? Oh, that's the landing struts. What am I... Oh, that must be... I don't know. What is that? Well, I guess I won't worry about it. It's probably not a big deal. Okay. Save again. Launch again. Ah, I'm so annoyed with myself, because that means I've lost 9 minutes. But oh well, oh well. We will find a way to make it work. SAS on, full throttle, and launch. Okay, when we get to 1,000 meters, I start tilting us to the right, that is, to the east. Alright, we're at 1,000 meters, we begin tilting to the east. If I can get a 45-degree angle, that would be ideal, but I rarely do. Apoaps is... We're getting there, but we're not there yet, Apoaps-wise. Okay. We lost those. Bam! Love that booster explosion. That is a beautiful booster explosion. Getting there. Getting there. We are still relatively deep in the atmosphere. What is our Apoaps? We are almost to an 80,000 Apoaps, just a little bit further. And done. Okay. Now we coast up like we did before, which, as I was saying earlier, is unrealistic, but that's just the consequence of making it a toy solar system. Kerbal Space Program is a lot more realistic than some space games I've seen, though. Including Outer Wilds, which is another game I'm a fan of, which has a toy solar system, but Outer Wilds has a much more extreme toy solar system. Much more extreme toy solar system. I've posted some shorts that are like Outer Wilds jokes. Outer Wild joke videos. You can see how ridiculous some of the stuff in that game is. Still a very good game, I highly recommend it. But I recommend it for reasons other than realism. Definitely not going to get anything realistic in Outer Wilds. Okay, I am going to need to activate the engines a little bit in order to get us to tilt more quickly. Okay, we are now approaching Apoapsis. I am going to want to... Let's just go ahead and burn already. Full speed ahead. Let's circularize our orbit. This time we actually have landing gear, which makes me think I should verify whether or not there is a... Alright. Landing gear button. KSP. Ah, there we go. G is apparently the landing gear button, so I should be good. Give me my circularized orbit. Give me my circularized orbit. We're almost there. It'll be around 2,300 meters per second. Alright. Almost there, and bam. What is our periaps at? 18,000. I'll wait for us to coast to the Apoaps again, and then we will finish circularizing. Alright. We are now good. Okay. There we go. Do we have landing gear this time? Yes, we have landing gear. Thank goodness. Now, just for the sake of testing the landing gear... Ooh, nice. Excellent. And for the record, I am going to be attempting to land on Kerbin as well with this setup. Although now that I think about it, maybe I should have brought a heat shield, I don't know. Oh well! Chaos magic, what's the deal? Well, chaos magic is a weird one, because it was a 1970s attempt at scientifying magic to some extent, but it's also a little bit weird in its own way. The actual chaos in chaos magic was named for chaos theory, which, chaos theory relates to things like the butterfly effect, which refers to if you have a nigh-perfect model of a complicated system like, say, the weather, your model is only accurate so far because of all the tiny things that you haven't accounted for, like the flap of a butterfly's wings in a particular location. Something as small as that can gradually cause a chain reaction that makes your model worthless in the far, 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 far distant future. Early on, it's too small of a difference to be noticeable, but as time goes on, the number of little things that you can't account for adds up, and your predictive models fall to chaos, essentially. That's how chaos theory goes, at least. Alright, set as target. Almost forgot I'm going to need to adjust my... Okay, we're approaching the descending node. The descending node, I believe I will want to have Jeb point us in the so-called normal direction. Yeah, I don't know why they call them normal and anti-normal. I'd probably have to look that up, but I'm sure it has something to do with, geometry. As for other aspects having to do with chaos magic... Oh wow, we really have a, Yeah, we're very off compared to Minmus. Okay. Other things pertaining to chaos magic, another big deal there is belief modification. A certain degree of chaos magic was testing whether your beliefs affect your results. And so, an assumption they had is that different belief systems are contradictory. Well, in order to get them to work for you, you need to believe in them. And so, do things like believe in the gods of ancient Egypt or the Nordic gods, or believe in the spirits that Blavatsky talks about, or what have you. Long enough to get them to make things work. And at some point around the 1990s, there were people who were like, well, if we're going to play with belief modification, why don't we make it crazy? Why don't we, like, try invoking Scrooge McDuck instead of Jupiter for wealth magic? It's like, okay, now we're starting to get a little crazy. But I think you heard the weird story about the ice fairies, so... I believe you heard that story, and that somehow worked, so don't know what to make of that. A little bit more adjustment on my orbital trajectory. Well, my orbital inclination, actually. That's what I'm doing right now. This is the direction that the ship actually looks like it's pointed when I'm pointing normal. Okay, we are now correct. Now point us prograde again. I probably should have put solar panels on, however, in KSP the electrical system is also recharged by the engine. So as long as I burn the engine every once in a while, the electrical system gets recharged. But in the real world, I would definitely want some solar panels for all the little systems that KSP doesn't simulate. Okay. Now, I believe I set Minmus as my target already, but Minmus is way the heck over here. So, let us accelerate time. No need to do that quite yet. Alright, we're getting closer to the point I want to be at. So basically I want to burn when Minmus is rising on the horizon, except Minmus is a little on the tiny side, so I'm not really going to see it rise on the horizon, so I wind up doing this in map mode. Point me prograde, Jeb. I want to be able to know what we're doing here. And of course the sun is in my face when I'm trying to find Minmus. Alright. Get a little bit more time acceleration. We're almost gonna make it. We've almost got this figured out. We are landing on Minmus today. Alright, I believe that Minmus is almost above the horizon. So soon, very soon. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me if that dot there might be... That dot there could very well be Minmus. Or it could be that dot. There's a number of candidates. At any rate... Actually, out of curiosity... do I have target... No, I don't have target mode. How annoying. This should theoretically point me in the direction of Minmus. But it's not the direction I necessarily want to... It's one of those dots. I'm pretty sure it's one of those dots. Alright, point us prograde and then let's get this show on the road, Jeb. Transfer stage a-going. I am a tiny bit concerned that the transfer stage may run out of fuel before I have achieved my desired Minmus orbit. Actually, it looks like we might be good. Transfer stage might have plenty of fuel for this. Nice. I see a Minmus encounter, but I think I want to get a little bit further on. Okay. What is this I see? A Minmus encounter? Minmus escape? Minmus... too close to the, Minmus encounter in 10 days. That might be effective enough. Minmus periapsis. Okay. That's probably okay. That's probably fine. What if I went a tiny bit more? Whoops. Minmus periaps. Okay. Go retrograde, and we're gonna cancel what I just did. Alright. And then after we've canceled what I just did, we're going to go ahead and fly the rest of the way there. Okay. That'll have to do. That will have to do. Minmus encounter there, and then Minmus escape. Okay. This is how we're doing it. Let's go. Go ahead and point prograde if you like. Since all the cool kids like pointing prograde when they go places. We will now soon be escaping from Kerbin. Goodbye, Kerbin. It's been nice knowing you. Off we go. Into the wild beyond. In the void of space. Have you ever played Master of Orion? I actually have, a very long time ago. I have played, I actually played the original Master of Orion when it was new. That was so long ago you needed to install it with floppy disks. Goodness. I had a friend named Michael, who was a Star Wars aficionado and kept making he kept making vehicles in Master of Orion, and he would call the little ships M-Wings. Master of Orion also coined the term 4X. I forget what the 4X's are, but I think there's something like Expand, expand, explore, expand, exterminate, and I forget what the last one was. But it spawned an entire genre of strategy games called the 4X games. Although maybe I shouldn't say it spawned them, because the original Civilization game predates Master of Orion, but Master of Orion is the one that named the genre. Master of Orion named the genre. Alright, where are we going? We are going to Minmus. We are going to get there soon. Where is the actual Minmus? The actual Minmus is way off that way. Alright. Okay. I hope the transfer stage has enough fuel for me to get into a nice, happy Minmus orbit, and then let me do my thing to Minmus. Alright, how are we doing? Minmus encounter in so-called 4 days, not actually 4 days, but each Kerbin day being 8 hours, as I've mentioned before. Did I bring enough science? It looks like I have plenty of science. Good, good. I'm going to want all that science. All that juicy science. Minmus is approaching. Very well. Okay, no, that's Kerbin way back there, and that's the Mun. Going at ridiculously high speed on account of our time... what is the term I'm looking for? Time acceleration. Okay, almost there. Almost there. Although, wouldn't it be funny if as soon as I turn off the time acceleration, it recalculates and decides that the... nope, you just missed it entirely. That would just drive me crazy if it did that. But it is a problem I have to acknowledge exists. Alright, oh, I just did that. Let's... Okay, now that I've done that, it thinks I have an encounter in about 3 hours. No need to point us anywhere in particular. So let's see, 3 hours divided by... What are the different levels? 3 hours by 10? Okay. 3 hours divided by 10 times 60 is about 18 minutes, so I want more than that. 3 hours divided by 50 times 60 is 3 minutes. Okay. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. So in about 3 minutes, we're there. Not sure if I trust it at 1,000 times speed. Maybe. Three divided by 1,000 equals this times 60 is... times 60 again is 10 seconds. Ooh. Okay, I might be able to do it in the 1,000. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bam. 43 minutes. Okay. So 43 minutes divided by 5, that would be 8 minutes. Divided by 10 would be 4 minutes. Divide by 50. 43 divided by 50 is less than a minute, times 60 is almost a minute, though. So 43 divided by times 60. About 30 seconds, that one. Alright, we'll go this fast. And then, okay, it shifted us in spite of not having the calculation correct. Okay. We are heading toward the Minmus periapsis. Minmus is in visual range. Very nice, very nice. How long? 2 hours to the periapsis. Alright. Once we reach the periapsis, I need to start... I'm going to shift us to... Oh, it only has orbit and... Don't I have Minmus set as target? It doesn't matter, I guess. Okay, once we are definitively at the periapsis, we're almost there, but not quite, I start to burn retrograde until I have circularized an orbit with Minmus. Since otherwise we're on a Minmus escape trajectory. Okay. Retrograde mode. Point us in that direction. And then we see how this goes with our fuel systems. I don't want to use too much fuel just yet, because Minmus has very weak gravity. Okay, now we have an apoapse. Let's get the apoapse down to around... Turn it into a periapse, get it down to around, I want to say, 10k maybe? Okay, as it gets closer to the planet... Whoops, my alarm that I set for a different timing went off. Okay, that should be good enough. I am, in an effort to avoid too much space trash, I'm going to see if I can dump the transfer section on the surface of Minmus. That might have the desired effect. Let's see. Now we're going to orbit back around to the periapsis here. Goodness, this is taking a while because of how slow moving we're going on account of how weak Minmus's gravity is. When I land, I should have Jeb do some jumps. This isn't magic, this is science. Now inject this man with some science, some glorious science. DBZ abridged, oh yes. Ah, yes. Four minutes coming up. I am inclined to do a series on weird history, starting with discussions of John Dee, but I do think it would be interesting to do something like a history of magic. Though if you go back far enough, it blends in with religion, and it blends in with spirituality and philosophy and such. Okay. A little bit closer. Now we shall retrograde up the other side. Get that one down to a 10k, and then make up my mind on how I'm going to make the landing work. Well, the difficulty with starting at the beginning of something like that is it is... Okay. Now, Minmus is funny. Minmus has such weak gravity that I almost say that it makes more sense to, just kill your horizontal velocity when orbiting Minmus, and then just go directly down, because of how weak Minmus's gravity is. In the real world, this would be a horrible waste of fuel, however, we're not in the real world, we're in Kerbal. Alright. We're getting there. I kind of want to land in one of these seas, so maybe I should take a gander at my trajectory around the planet. Well, it's not really a planet, but it is a astral body of some kind. Maybe I should wait until I am over this area. What direction am I going in? Alright. I believe I am going toward the apoapsis. Yup. Minmus is not that hard a place to land on. We're very close, very close. Soon all will be revealed. I really just want to land there, but I'm not sure that I'm over the right area. Annoyingly, the map does not have the same amount of light as the... Okay, I might be able to land in this area over here. That would do. That would do fine. That would be just peachy. Can't believe the transfer section still has fuel. That's actually a very good sign. I mean, it implies that I packed more fuel than I needed, so I won't have to use as much for the landing proper. Although I am going to be killing the transfer section against the surface of Minmus. It will crash onto the surface of Minmus while I land with the remaining section. You know what, go ahead, give me a crew report. We've already done this. Never mind, don't worry about it then. Can I get anything from the mystery goo? A little bit of science, that's fine. Every little bit of science helps. Log the pressure data, nothing from the pressure data. No worries then. Log the temperature data. Ooh, we got a temperature scan. Okay, that works. That's fine. That's fine. We are almost directly over this area. This might be a good landing spot. This will be perfect, I think. I hope. At the same time, I can't help but wonder if maybe I should wait until we're around this area and land in this big one. I don't know. I don't know at all. Maybe I should keep orbiting until we are over the larger lake and then prepare for landing. And then I can say I have conquered Minmus. Okay. All right, here we go. All right. We should be directly over... Yes, this will be fine. Let's begin now. All right. I want to make sure I have complete control over this process. So, all right. We are now definitely going... This is what our orbit looks like now. Just an arc of a trajectory towards Minmus. We are slowly altering our course so that we can prepare for landing. Minmus has very low gravity, so landing here is relatively easy. And I haven't even started using the fuel in my landing module, which I hope is well calculated. Okay. A little bit more, because I want to have a nice happy, direct up and down here. Nice, happy, direct up and down. Don't want to have to worry too much about... Alright. We are approaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. This actually is a quote-unquote lake, so the altitude is the same no matter if I use lander mode or water mode. Okay, good. I will now permit the ship to accelerate a little bit. I'll go ahead and even use some time acceleration, because why not? We have plenty of time. Maybe, though, I should save my game just in case something dumb happens. Minmus landing. Save. Alright. If I were more Iron Man about this. Oh, goodness. Well, John D is a lot later than the early people. It's hard to attest Moses outside of the Old Testament. Solomon is also hard to attest. My biggest disappointment was when I was looking into biblical archaeology, and I discovered that apparently, according to recent findings, and by recent I mean several decades old at this point, there is no evidence that Solomon had a significantly glorious kingdom, which makes me wonder if it was glorious by the standards of the people at the time, but perhaps not so glorious by their standards by the time they were writing them down. Mildly disappointing. I'd almost rather you told me that Solomon was a pagan than that Solomon was not as glorious as he is said to be, and now I'm starting to see graphics glitches around the edges. Oh, Minmus, I don't like it when you graphics glitch. It makes me think of the Kraken. According to people who play Kerbal Space Program, there is... Uh-oh. Okay, now we're in surface mode, so we need to make sure that we... What is going on here? Okay, we're now out of... Oops. Okay. It is time to let that go. Bye-bye. Okay. I think I want that to be further away from me when it impacts, so... We are definitely having a very slow descent. Minmus does not feel particularly inclined to bring us down towards it. I do not like that graphics glitch. It is bothering the heck out of me. Oh dear. Makes me wonder what weird nonsenses... Oh wow, you can see the shadow of both my ship and the transfer module that I jettisoned falling down. That's interesting. Maybe there's a problem with my graphics settings. I'll have to look into that before the next stream. Okay, what are we at? We're almost 1,000 meters above the ground. Going to need to prepare to deploy the landing gear. Yep, it hit. It impacted. Bye-bye. If this game were more realistic, that would have left a crater. I think it is high time for me to start decelerating. I think I will hit it at 100 meters above surface and then prepare to just gradually fall down. Oops, a little bit too much power. Didn't mean to do that. That was too much. Please don't tilt. Ooh, good, it didn't tilt. We're good. We're in business. Conduct materials study. 125 science. While the materials samples were processed, you began to turn your thoughts to how much Minmus looks like a mint dessert, and have discovered that you are now hungry. Darn you, game, I am hungry. Why? Why would you betray me like this, game? Close doors. Observe the mystery goo. You observe the goo. Okay. Log temperature. Alright. Log the pressure. Okay, not a lot of atmospheric pressure here. Give me a crew report. Okay. And with all that accomplished, it is now time for the spacewalk. Alright. Whoa, you just jumped, my friend. And you have so little gravity going on. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Yep. He can scarcely walk. There is so little, there is so little gravity. What are you doing, Jib? Come on. Oh, you're sidestepping now? Alright. Let's hop. Whee! That is just from one jump. Oh, I see. He's sidestepping because I have RCS on. I should turn it off when he lands. Well, that's how high you can jump. Okay, not bad. Now we have a proper moonwalk going on. Whee! Alright, I like it. I like it. What weirdness is out the in-universe? Alright, anyway. Plant flag, please. I should really get a custom flag for this game. Yep, there we go. Site name. First lovely landing. Here Jeb did a skip and a hop. Okay. Now, before you head on back, it is high time for you, Jeb, to take a surface sample. Bam. Okay, that is everything we need to do on Minmus. It's time to go home, and... Time to go home. You came, you conquered Minmus, we're getting out of here. Alright. RCS on. Got ourselves a little jetpack. Who needs a ladder when you got a jetpack? Grab. I am mildly annoyed that it seems to have the same button for grab and... okay. Board, here we are. We are now on board the ship. Toggle SAS. Let's make sure that I have myself... Awkward. Okay, I believe that is the 90, so I want to... I usually prefer to orbit in an easter direction, so easterly direction. So let's commence launch. Launch commencing, and there is not really any significantly good reason for me to not just head east immediately. Alright, how are we doing? ApoAps is going up. Okay. I wonder if I can just spontaneously... well, that's probably a bit excessive. But whatever. We can just get the 10,000 apoaps. That'll work. We are on our way to our new apoapsis around Minmus. We only really need a 10,000 meter orbit. This little rock is not that big a deal. We... Alright. Once we are in orbit, I should probably have Jeb get out and grab all the experiment data, just in case we have an accident on our way down from... from Kerbin. I have not tested whether or not this can survive re-entry, so we might have a problem. Are we close to the apoaps? It'll be 2 minutes. Let's speed things up a little bit. And then slow things down a little bit. Point us in the prograde direction. Now just go for stability assist, because it is time. Zip. Now we're getting our orbit circularized. I guess that's good enough. It's not like there's an atmosphere for me to be worried about. The only thing I gotta worry about here is if there's any mountains that jut into space, and I'm pretty sure we're high enough that we don't need to worry about that. Home again, home again. That's the plan. Heading for home. Alright, again, the same way I got home the last time. Let's see. If my memory serves me correctly... The bright side is the side they're coming from, and the... Okay. Yep, the bright side is the side they came from, and the dim side is the side they're heading towards. So I need to wait until my orbit is at this point. And then burn prograde until I am exiting Minmus orbit. Again, that's how we do it. Prograde with respect to the body I'm trying to escape, and retrograde with respect to the system primary so that I can descend down towards it. That's how it works when you're doing the sun, too. If you want to go to the inner planets, you need to go retrograde with respect to yeah, you need to go against the orbit of the Earth to go to the inner planets, and you need to go with the orbit of the Earth to get to the outer planets. And that's just how it works. Oddly enough, you'll occasionally hear people talk about, we should shoot that into the sun, but strangely enough, it is actual... What is happening? Okay, never mind. I had my, land altitude confused for my sea level altitude there for a second. I wasn't actually descending, just starting to fly over terrain. Got a little scared there. Getting excited, getting excited. Okay, let's see. Need to be on that side for that to happen. We're gonna get this lander back to Kerbin, and then we're gonna see if it can land on Kerbin. Okay. A little bit further now. And this seems like a good place. Point us prograde. And burn. Okay, what is it going to look like? I need my Kerbin periapsis to be... I need Kerbin periapsis to be around 40,000, as is normal. I have so much fuel, it's unbelievable. If I wanted to, I could have gone crater hopping. But I did not. We did not go crater hopping. Out of the Silent Planet is a good book, and it's a good series. I should probably reread the third book in that series. I'm having a brain fart, or I would have remembered its title. I remember Out of the Silent Planet and Paralandra well. The third book is a little strange because it delves into apocalyptic fiction. Alright, we're having to deal with a dang moon intercept over there. That's a little awkward. Okay, here we go. I could probably send the same ship design to the Mun just as easily as I sent it to Minmus, though. Okay, though at some point I need to start working on larger ships that can... Yes, that hideous strength, that was its name. At some point I need to start working on larger ships that can carry more than one Kerbin. Or more than one Kerbal. Okay, what are we at? Need that Kerbin periapsis down to 40,000. Give me my 40,000. Alright, that'll be good. That's fine. We are now zipping away from Minmus at a rate of about 300 meters per second. Bye-bye, Minmus. Hopefully this craft can survive re-entry. I think it can. It has a wider bottom, so the only parts that I am really worried about are, honestly, the engine and the lander, the landing legs. That's the only parts I'm worried about. But I think this thing will be able to make landfall on Kerbin, and I can recover the entire ship. Stop by the moon on the way back? I mean, we might be able to get away with that. At the same time, though, I am eager to return to Kerbin. Next week, I am going to build a space station around Kerbin. And maybe a ComSat grid, if I can get away with it. If I don't have the science to do that, I will revisit the moon and Minmus until I have the science to do it. At any rate, we are nearing the conclusion of this stream. Just need to recover Jeb, and we are in business. Bye-bye, Minmus. It's been nice knowing you. I wonder if we'll still be able to see it when it becomes a pale dot. Alright, it just changed the sphere of influence I'm in. Now I'm definitively in Kerbin's sphere of influence, which is why it automatically changed the time warp. Alright, we're getting out of here. Farewell, Minmus. Although I have to farewell at a rather slow speed now, because I'm approaching the new apoapsis for the... Okay, so that's slowing me down because I'm reaching the arc of my trajectory. It's now measuring speed with relation to Kerbin. That's the funny thing about speed. It's always with relation to something else, which you treat as though it's stationary, even though everything's in motion. All the speeds are relative. Alright, we're starting to accelerate again because we're at the top of our trajectory. Gotta head back down this way. Alright, here we go. Let's make it a little bit zippier. Bye-bye, Minmus. I can't even see Minmus anymore. Kerbin is coming right up. The moon is making several revolutions. Alright, I'm getting concerned. How close are we? We're almost inside the orbit of the moon. Okay. A space station and maybe a ComSat array is what I should do the next time I stream this. My next stream will be Thursday at about 5 o'clock Eastern Time. This time I intend to raid into Dave's stream instead of the other way around. I will be resuming Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne. Let's see what we got here. Oh, why thank you. I hope it was a good stream, and I hope you learned something about space physics. Kerbal Space Program's space model is not perfect, but it's a lot closer to reality than the overwhelming majority of space games out there. Alright. One of these days I should actually try to play this with the real Solar System mod, but goodness gracious. The real Solar System mod makes everything much more difficult because it's just plain harder to get into space in the real world. Here I am getting worried about numbers again. The numbers going down faster and faster. Alright. Yeah, we're going pretty quick, alright. Perhaps I should prepare myself to decelerate. I'm coming in pretty fast towards Kerbal. Makes me a tiny bit worried. Alright, I am going to point myself retrograde and prepare. What would you try to do in the real world mod? Why, the same thing that I'm doing in the regular Kerbal Space Program game. Land on everything and recover my man who lands on everything. Alright, we are reducing our velocity in an effort to make it a little bit less of an impact when we hit the atmosphere, because we're coming in a lot faster than the last few times we have. I hope this puppy is stable, because it's a very different design from the last few I've flown. Yep. Now we have the combination of my retrograde thrust and the friction from the atmosphere to slow us down. Hopefully it works out. I want to be able to deploy the parachutes at 10,000 meters. Alright, we're out of fuel, so the remaining deceleration will have to be by the atmosphere. Now we're having acceleration due to gravity, but it's slowing down, and now we're decelerating again. Okay. Alright. We are decelerating faster and faster. Please give me deceleration that I need. Come to think of it, Jeb forgot to recover the science, so I sure hope that we don't... Oh, fuck. That's bad, that's bad, that's very bad, very bad, very bad, very bad, very bad. Don't be pointed that way, don't be pointed that way. If this fails, I'm going to be sad. Okay, well, that was scary, but we survived. But we are pointed the wrong way, and I don't seem to have a way to get us pointed the right way. Hopefully the parachutes will right us. Okay, this is bad. This is very bad. Please help me decelerate the rest of the way. Decelerate the rest of the way. Deployed. Okay, that was scary. It looks like we're going to be making a water landing, so the landing gear should be unnecessary for this endeavor. There is a possibility that the engine may detach, but I don't know that it will. Okay, we are about to make water landing. Whew! His name's Jeb, spelled with a B. He's Jebediah Kerman. Okay. You keep calling him Jim for some reason. Would there be any good ore to mine on Mars? It's hard to say. I think Mars probably has iron ores of various kinds. Jeb autocorrect keeps calling him Jen. Oh, goodness. That's why I disabled autocorrect on my devices. Okay. I'd rather deal with my real typos than have a computer make typos for me. Okay, we are almost landing in the water. Almost there, almost there. Time warp 1x. We will soon land, and we're going to see how much of the craft breaks on impact. Nothing broke! But it did capsize. But oh well. It does not appear that any of our science devices broke, so we should have full recovery of the science. Recover vessel. $528 science earned. That's what I'm talking about. Got the crew report back. Got the surface sample. Got the materials study, the mystery goo observations, the temperature scans, the atmospheric pressure scan, and recovery of a vessel returned from the surface of Minmus. And we recovered all these parts, so we saved 10,000 Kerbal dollars on being able to recover the vehicle, and Jeb got some XP from that, so very good. Very good. You don't want your... I don't want your spelling errors, you say? Alright, I'll take your word for it. At any rate, I would say this was a wonderful stream. We did a flyby of Minmus. We performed a aerial rendezvous in orbit of Kerbal. Did that give me any... It looks like I got some money from something. I wonder if it... I wonder if it gives me... Orbit Kerbal, launch, explore the moon, explore Kerbal. Huh. I wonder if it gives me money for completing... I wonder if it gives me money for completing certain world firsts, even if I haven't done the world first thing yet. Oh, by the way, this little black dot in the distance, that is a 2001: A Space Odyssey reference, because that is actually the monolith. If you go get a ground vehicle or do a flyby with an aircraft, you can actually go and take a peek at the monolith. It's pretty funny. Oh my. Alright. Well, that is all I have going on for this stream, so... I made a... Or I didn't make, Dave made me an intro screen. Let me see, maybe I can just go ahead and throw in my profile pic for an outro screen, then. Let's see. Bam. Indeed. All right. Have a great night.